Leader Hakeem Jeffries called the Supreme Court's conservative majority illegitimate, but trust in the court was at a historic low before this decision. Do you trust the current Supreme Court? Why or why not? If you could reform the court, how would you do it? Leave us a voicemail at 855-236-1212. You can also leave a message with our app, 1A Vox Pop, and we'll hear your thoughts on Monday. Now back to medication, abortion, and the fight over mifepristone access. We're here with family planning physician and NYU professor Dr. Colleen Denny. Also with us is Leah Copeland, a nurse midwife and director of clinical services for the telehealth abortion practice Abortion on Demand, and Dr. Angel Foster. She's a health sciences professor at the University of Ottawa and the co-founder of the Massachusetts Medication Abortion Access Project. And there's still time to weigh in on this conversation. Email us at 1a@wamu.org. Now, we reached out to Louisiana Attorney General Republican Liz Murrill to invite her on the program to talk about the case the Supreme Court is weighing right now. She declined, but she did post this statement on X, quote, "Big abortion pharma claims they need an emergency stay because they will lose massive amounts of money if they can't kill more babies effectively. Rather, if they can't kill more babies quickly and efficiently by mail without medication oversight." End quote. And then we also got this from Julia, who emails, "Mifepristone taken intentionally for abortion does bring an end to a human being's life. Will today's show include discussion of the ethical issues surrounding the particular use of this drug?" This is a good chance for you to weigh in, Dr. Denny, because you oversee the ethics committee for the College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists. And so I'm curious to hear your take on the morality of the use of mifepristone.
I think the discussion around the ethics of medication abortion and abortion generally is a huge and complicated issue, and would certainly take the rest of the time. But I think when I hear statements like this, I think about it in two ways. The first step is that in terms of like the ethics of abortion generally, there's a lot of complicated ideas and people feel very passionate about it. But from my standpoint as a OBGYN and as a professional, we have said as an OBGYN professional group, the national group of OBGYN says that abortion is healthcare. And while not everybody has to participate in that healthcare provision, that this is something that should be available to people as it's important for their health. So I think that that first step of saying that abortion should be, available to patients who need it is clear to me from like a professional ethics standpoint, as well as a more complicated philosophical standpoint, which we can talk more about, but that's there as well. But then the second point is that if your concern is with abortion, then this strategy of trying to chip away at safe medication abortion seems disingenuous to me, right? If your claim is that that abortion shouldn't be legal at all, it seems, that these arguments about how, somehow that pharmaceutical companies are making money or that this abortion harms women, claims that abortion does not harm people, it's incredibly safe. Those claims seem like they're purposely trying to chip away at access that is sort of obscuring the actual purpose of these laws. And we have a term for them in the family planning literature. We call them trap laws. They're targeted regulations of abortion providers, and they're things that trying to make mifepristone only available in person, requiring clinics to have space for 2 giant OR beds to pass in the hallway, waiting periods, all these things that just make abortion care more difficult to provide without increasing safety. Those are trap laws. And it's a very disingenuous approach to trying to make abortion illegal and less accessible at a federal or state level. So it's sort of a two-part question. If you're concerned about the ethics, we can discuss about that. But the disingenuous approach of sort of trying to undermine care that you don't like feels like you're just increasing danger for patients while obscuring the actual purpose of these laws.
Well, and again, as I said, you're the chair of the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists Committee on Ethics. I would like to hear you just briefly touch on the ethics side of this, the philosophy that you have within that organization.
Certainly, and we actually have a guideline coming out about conscientious objection to providing care, but also conscientious provision to providing care, sort of the idea that Some professionals, healthcare professionals, feel like their conscience does not allow them to participate in some standard of care healthcare. Abortion is one of those. But also, some people feel that their conscience obliges them to provide standard of care healthcare in places where it's not permitted. So places like Texas, Louisiana, Alabama, providers might feel that their conscience obligates them to provide safe and effective healthcare to their patients. And how should we think about that from an ethical perspective? And it's a very complicated idea, but generally the way I think of it is that, we have special obligations beyond our obligations just as fellow human beings because we are healthcare professionals. And those obligations that we've taken on are to provide safe care for our patients in all realms that we interact with them. And in response, we're given enormous access and privilege to take care of people, to be able to prescribe medications, to have access to very personal details about people that we don't know. That's the trade-off of professional ethics. And professional ethics requires that we provide those types of care to our patients when sort of our professional societies through deliberation have agreed to provide that this is the standard of care. If people get further and further away from the standard of care, like their conscience obligates them to provide care in a different way or not provide a certain of care, we respect conscience, and that's an important feature of being a thoughtful provider. But you have an obligation sort of to help people return to the standard of care, whether that's referral, whether that's counseling, and occasionally in emergency situations, actually providing that care yourself. So there's a sort of professional ethical obligation. There's much discussion sort of in the general ethics of abortion overall, but I think it really boils down to, in a lot of ways, this idea of personal autonomy. Like, even if you believe that an embryo or an early pregnancy has personhood, that's not the end of the conversation, right? We don't let people take advantage of other people's bodies ever in medicine. Doesn't matter if it's a full-fledged person. We can't even require someone to give a blood transfusion if they don't want to, even to save another person's life. So this idea of personhood is sort of a red herring in a lot of ways from an ethical conversation, that we are saying that if you believe it's a person, that's the end of the conversation. Of course it's not. That's not how medicine works. Other people don't get access to your body if you don't want them to. And that, I think, is sort of the crux of the ethical conversation about abortion care.
Well, I want to circle back to this question of safety, because, Leah, I don't know that many people know how a telehealth appointment works. Briefly walk us through that process and how you decide whether or not someone is a good candidate for mifepristone or not.
So luckily, we, again, as mentioned, have just mountains of data supporting the safety and efficacy of abortion via telehealth. So we've studied whether folks can accurately predict how far along they are going by regular periods, and we know that they can take these medicines safely at home. But in our case, where we do a synchronous visit, we meet with our patients, we have a conversation with them, we review how to use the medications, we provide them with materials and information to use when they're at home, and we then send out the kit to them. So we again have the data to show that this is safe, that people use them effectively. Having been a nurse midwife and cared for many people through labor and triaged many phone calls for folks in early pregnancy for decades now, I can tell you it is very, very rare that I talk to someone on the phone that truly needs emergent care after an early medication abortion. This is very safe. And in speaking back to the conversation around ethics, just to point out to that safety, for folks that really care about safety and the health of women and people who can get pregnant, I think looking at the fact that states that have really put a lot of emphasis on banning abortion do see higher maternal mortality rates. So if you're really caring about people's health who are pregnant, there's a lot of other steps we could take, including making sure that rural hospitals are thriving and supporting money for that, making sure that people who are detained illegally are not shackled and able to get health care they need when pregnant. So if you really care about safety of people who are pregnant, I think there's many other ways we can go about it. And eliminating medication abortion with mifepristone is not useful in this case.
Dr. Foster, briefly, what kind of follow-up do you have with patients who are prescribed abortion drugs remotely?
So all of our patients receive information about how to contact us if they have questions or if they have any concerns. We obviously also provide a lot of information with the medications when we send them. We reach out to our patients 2 weeks after we've sent the medications to do a check-in, and then we also follow up with them at 6 weeks with a questionnaire. It's another opportunity for us to check in with patients. I will say that when our patients have questions, they don't think that the medications worked, they think something went wrong, they get in touch with us, and then one of our licensed clinicians is available to work with patients on an individual treatment plan. Often that involves sending additional misoprostol, but if the patient needs to get in-person care, we work with that patient to identify a place locally where they can get that care and where they can get that care safely and in a way that is going to preserve their dignity. And unfortunately, in some of the states with near total abortion bans, it can be tricky. It can take time to figure out who to refer to, what we call, a warm handoff. We want to be able to get our patients into a clinical setting that is going to be non-judgmental, provide high-quality care, and provide the standard of care. And so we work with our patients to find those sites.
We're talking to Dr. Angel Foster. She's co-founder of the Massachusetts Medication Abortion Access Project, and family planning physician and NYU professor Dr. Colleen Denny. Also with us, Leah Copeland, director of clinical services for the telehealth abortion practice Abortion on Demand. We heard from one of you in Miami. I couldn't get Publix to fill my prescription for mifepristone when I needed it after a miscarriage. It was shortly after the 6-week abortion ban a few years ago and at an incredibly emotionally difficult time. I was answering invasive questions from a grocery store pharmacist who was too embarrassed and uncomfortable even to say the word abortion. Women seeking care at vulnerable times are being severely harmed physically and emotionally by all of this insanity and injustice. I'm Jen White. You're listening to 1A.
We are primarily funded by our listeners, by people who value the station, by you. And that's especially important now in this age of disinformation. Please help fund the future of GBH by giving during our spring membership drive, gbhnews.org, or call 888-897-9424. I'm Judy Ewell. Joining me this morning, Kiki Loa.
And to stay track for our goal for the rest of this hour, we need 3 more people to give in the last 7 minutes of this hour. GBH and NPR play a vital role in delivering trustworthy news that you can rely on. By giving right now, you're helping to ensure that quality journalism prevails over that disinformation. Please make your contribution right now. Again, we just need 3 more people in the next 7 minutes to end this hour successfully. gbhnews.org or by calling 888-897-9424.
And the new Boston Public Radio mug is finally here. Support GBH at $12.50 a month, and we'll send it over to you as our thank you. It's only available today until 1 p.m. when BPR is over for the day. The mug is black. The artwork looks like a couple of political campaign buttons. And, of course, there are slogans. One side of the mug says, "I'm with Marjorie on this one." The other side of the mug says, "I'm with Jim on this one." It's a perfect way to share your stance on any topic as you listen to the show. Sign up as a sustaining member to GBH at just $12.50 a month and show you're a fan of BPR with the brand new mug. gbhnews.org or 888-897-9424. The deadline is 1 p.m., and then it won't be available for the rest of the drive. You can also give $150 all at once.
During past fund drives, we talk about how a small percentage of our operating budget came from the federal government and how we liked it that way. Getting most of our support from the community made us accountable to you. Getting a little from the government helped ensure that we could serve a broad range of listeners across our television and radio services, especially those who could not afford to give. Since that money was eliminated, we're asking you to help step up and help us maintain these services so many people have come to rely on. Help fund the future of GBH by giving right now. Every dollar makes a difference. Make your contribution at gbhnews.org or by calling 888-897-9424.
You probably rely on GBH for essential news and information every single day. Right now, we're asking if we can rely on you every single month. Please sign up as a sustaining member of GBH. Your steady monthly support will help us plan and provide the best possible service in a world without federal funding.
Support GBH 89.7 and you'll receive access to PBS Passport, where you can binge the very best of PBS programming. Enjoy everything from dramas like Masterpieces, Downton Abbey, to documentaries like the Ken Burns Collection, to cooking shows like The French Chef with Julia Child. You will never run out of great shows to watch, and you will get access to Passport along with any other thank you gift that you may choose, including today's brand new Boston Public Radio mug. Don't miss out on your chance to support GBH and get access by donating at gbhnews.org or call 888-897-9424.
And it's easy to make a contribution to GBH. You may think you don't have the time, but you do. The form is easy to fill out online. We just ask for a bit of contact information and how much you'd like to give. You could join our Sustainer program with a recurring monthly charge to your credit card, or you can make a one-time gift. No matter which you choose, it will be one of the easiest things you do all day, and the payoff is GBH all day, every day. Please take those 2 minutes now, gbhnews.org, or 888-897-9424.
And don't forget about the brand new Boston Public Radio mug. With your support of just $12.50 per month or $150 all at once, you'll get this fantastic new mug to either add to your existing collection or maybe start a new collection where you can say, I stand with Jim or I stand with Marjorie. Depending on which hand you hold, you'll be able to show who you're standing with during Boston Public Radio. So make your gift of $12.50 per month and get this fantastic brand new mug. It goes away at 1 p.m. You're listening right now, so make your gift right now, gbhnews.org, or call 888-897-9424.
You've heard the phrase, many hands make light work. Well, that applies to GBH. Every contribution matters. And when most people start out, they're giving $100 or less. So if you're thinking your contribution won't make a difference, it will. Please add your hands to the effort by giving now. gbhnews.org or 888-897-9424.
And we have chipped away at this goal significantly because of those many hands that make light work. So we now just need 2 more people to give in the next few minutes. How about giving $10 or $15 a month, or maybe $1 a day? Please help keep the news source that you trust on your radio by giving right now. It's never been a more important time to stand with GBH. Again, just a few minutes left on this hour and 2 more people that we need to give. 888-897-9424 or online at gbhnews.org.
Every day, you hear the difference on GBH, the in-depth and unbiased news, the thoughtful and civil conversations, stories told in a way that only GBH tells them. It truly is news that matters. If you've never given before, now is the time to invest in GBH. It's your support that ensures we can cover the issues, chase down the facts, and keep you up to date each day. Choose a monthly amount, $5 or $10 a month, and become a new sustaining member of GBH. gbhnews.org or 888-897-9424.
And thank you so much to everyone who has given in this hour. We actually just hit our goal for this hour, but if you haven't made a gift yet, make yours right now. Easy to do at gbhnews.org or by calling us 888-897-9424.
Local issues, national headlines, and your perspectives. Join us for Boston Public Radio with Jim Braude and Marjorie Egan. Coming up next on GBH 89.7.
Funding for our programs comes from you.
And Native Plant Trust, celebrating Trillium Week during peak spring bloom this week at Garden in the Woods. Special events and more at nativeplanttrust.org.
And Atlantic Design Center by Eldridge Lumber and Hardware, committed to helping customers achieve their vision for a new kitchen or bathroom and guiding them from design to completion. With showrooms in York and Portland, Maine. AtlanticDesignCTR.com.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
I'm Jim Braude, head on BPR and GBH and NEPM. Maybe you know him as the Fonz or Gene Cousineau on Barry. It's legendary actor and producer Henry Winkler. He joins us ahead of his commencement address at his alma mater, Emerson College. Plus, Auditor Diana DiZoglio and her attorney, Shannon Liss-Riordan, join us with an update on the state of the voter pass law to audit the legislature. Then it's former Massachusetts Secretary of Public Safety, Andrea Cabral.
I'm Marjorie Egan. In the second hour, it's Boston Globe business columnist Shirley Leung on why Philly is much better prepared for the World Cup than we are. Then we'll end this Thursday with our yet to win any awards. Keep hoping. Am I the a-hole segment? Today's scenario involves a debate over a sandwich. Open-faced or closed? Neat or dripping with sauce? Which is better? Yes, that's all I had on BPR.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Corva Coleman. Secretary of State Marco Rubio spent a couple of hours at the Vatican today trying to smooth over tension between the Trump administration and the first American pope. NPR's Michelle Kellerman reports Iran and Cuba were among the topics discussed.
President Trump has called the Pope soft on crime and on Iran, but none of those tensions were on display as Rubio exchanged gifts with the Pope and met with him privately. The State Department says the meeting underscored the strong relationship between the U.S. and the Holy See and said they discussed the situation in the Middle East and topics of mutual interest in the Western Hemisphere. Rubio's State Department has been working with the Catholic Church in Cuba to deliver aid. The Vatican has expressed concerns about a humanitarian crisis there as the U.S. cuts off most fuel shipments and as Trump talks about a, quote, friendly takeover of the communist island. Michelle Kellerman, NPR News, the State Department.
The death toll in Gaza continues to climb despite 7 months of ceasefire. Gaza's health ministry says 26 people were killed in Israeli attacks this week, including the son of Hamas's lead negotiator. Israel's military had no immediate comment. NPR's Anas Baba reports from Gaza City.
Palestinians gathered to bury Azzam al-Hayya. He is the 31-year-old son of Hamas's interim political leader Khalil al-Hayya, who himself survived a failed Israeli assassination attack on Hamas leaders in Qatar last summer. He has now had 4 children killed in this war. Al-Hayya told Al Jazeera, the killing of his son Wednesday night in Gaza City was a direct political message. No Palestinian is safe. Separately, family members mourned the father and son killed Wednesday in an Israeli drone strike as they were digging a hole to use it as a toilet for the displaced family. Also, 10 police officers were killed this week in Gaza, including the officer leading a campaign against drug dealers and local militias backed by Israel. Anas Baba, NPR News, Gaza City.
The head of the World Health Organization says 5 of 8 suspected hantavirus cases linked to a cruise ship in the North Atlantic have been confirmed. WHO Director General Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus says it may take time to find out if there are other infected people.
Given the incubation period of the Andes virus, which can be up to 6 weeks, it's possible that more cases may be reported. While this is a serious incident, WHO assesses the public health risk as low.
3 people from the cruise ship have died, but the cruise ship operator now says about 40 people disembarked the ship after the first passenger died. It is not clear where those 40 passengers are now. Several nations are trying to trace their whereabouts now. You're listening to NPR News from Washington.
888-897-9424 gbhnews.org. That is the number for our pledge drive, which is going on today just for a couple of days. But we have very exciting news here at Boston Public Radio. Yes.
What's the news?
We have a new Boston Public Radio mug.
We do not.
Yes, we've been asking for it, Jim, and now we have it. It's very, very exciting.
You're supposed to say the listeners have been asking for it, not that we've been asking for it.
The listeners have been.
The listeners have been asking for it.
That's right. Okay.
Demanding it.
So get this. On one side of the mug, it says, I'm with Marjorie on this one. That would be...
No one's buying that one.
Marjorie. And the other side, it says, I'm with Jim on this one. So you can kind of like vote where you are on a topic. You can put Marjorie on one side and Jim on the other side. It's very attractive.
Very attractive.
And here's the deal. This is available for $12.58 a month. That's a sustaining. Remember, we like that because we know our budgeting and we have no more federal funding, so we got to really depend on you guys. Pick up the pace. Pick up the pace. We're picking up the pace with a new mug. 888-897-9424 gbhnews.org.
And by the way, you know, the earlier mugs we had, people would send us photographs of the mugs,
Right.
and they were very proud of which side they were drinking out of.
Right.
Were they facing Marjorie?
Right.
Very few were doing that. Were they facing me? The vast majority were facing
Actually,
me.
it was the other way
and that'll
around,
be the same kind of
but it's
situation
okay.
here. Well, actually, it wasn't the other way around. Now, here's the deal.
What's the deal?
It is gone at 1 o'clock today. This
1
is
o'clock.
not one of these gone at 7 o'clock
That's right.
deals.
All done.
Gone at 1.
Here's Jim Browdy. I am Marjorie Egan. Welcome to BPR and GBH and NEPM. We're going to be back at the Boston Public Library tomorrow with Tom Nichols. He's the international affairs writer for The Atlantic. He's great on all having to do with the war. This violinist and disability activist, we've had her on many
Great
times. She's
singer,
great.
too.
Yeah,
She's
singer as
brilliant.
well. Galen Lee is going to join us for Live Music Friday. The Attorney General of the Commonwealth, Andrea Cabral, will be with us at the library on Tuesday, May 12th. And the person on the other side of the battle, Diana DiZoglio, is
About
going to join
auditing the
us
legislature.
in about half an hour. I forgot to say we're at youtube.com/GBH News. Hello, Jim.
Hello, Marjorie. So faithful listeners of this Jump the Shark radio show will know we usually start the day with the single most depressing topic we can come up with, more often than not Trump-related, but not today. Joining us now on Zoom is a legendary Henry Winkler, actor, producer, author, director of The Fonz and Happy Days, Gene and HBO's Fabulous Barry, host of the History Channel's Hazardous History, which Marjorie is totally in love with. New movie with the great Bob Odenkirk called Normal, but most importantly, 1967 graduate of Emerson College. Henry Winkler is in town to deliver the commencement address Saturday night to his alma mater. They're graduating this weekend at the Wang Theater. Henry Winkler, we are so thrilled to have you. We can't even tell you. Welcome to the show.
You know what? I am thrilled to be here this morning, and I cannot wait to get my Marjorie mug.
He's on my side already. Things are going very well,
Thank God
Henry.
this is
Thank
a very
you.
short interview is all I can say.
Thank you very much. So tell us, it's why are you here at Emerson? I mean, it's been a long time. It must have meant a lot to you.
I will tell you exactly. When I was in high school, I passed geometry for the 4th time with a D-. I took it 4 years in a row. If I did not get that D-, I couldn't go to the one college out of the 28 I applied to, which was Emerson College. Okay. They accepted me. They nurtured me. I love Boston. I find it to be large enough to learn your independence and small enough to make your own. And I cannot wait to go to Regina's Pizza.
By the way, for those who are not watching on YouTube, Henry Winkler is wearing a lovely white or beige, I'm not quite sure, Emerson sweatshirt. You look fabulous, Henry. You look beautiful, I should say.
Thanks.
So for Saturday night for this thing, obviously the commencement address where you urge people to wear sunscreen, that's already taken by that Chicago Tribune, right? What's the gist of what you're going to tell these young graduates?
Do you know, there are 4 major points. First of all, I wish someone had spoken to me and told me that, yes, no matter what is going on, it's going to be okay. That they are going to help it make it be okay. That learning to pivot is one of the most important things you can know in your life. When something is not going the way it's planned, you are powerful enough to just try something else and make that a part of your life.
Are you convinced everything's going to be okay, or you just feel you have, as a high-profile leader type, that you have an obligation to say that to these kids? You believe it?
Both.
You do?
Both. I do believe it because human nature has always found its way out of the dark. And I think that eventually enough people will get the signal that something is rotten in Denmark.
Yeah.
What did Emerson do for little Henry Winkler? Did it help become who big Henry Winkler was?
Without a doubt. First of all, they accepted me. Second of all, I mean, really, second of all, I was able to flourish here. There were very few students. There were like 2,000 students. Now there are over 6,000.
Yeah.
It's one of the best little schools in the country.
My kid is a graduate. My younger daughter's
Yeah.
a graduate, and she feels exactly as do you.
It wasn't Boston kind of ratty when you were here then? I mean, things were, it was kind of down on its luck, I think. The Playboy Club down the street, kind of the combat zone was huge. I mean, it was a different town then, no?
It was a different town, but I have to tell you, none of that affected me. I went to the North End on Sunday night and got all of the bread and the cheese and the cold cuts half price because they needed it fresh from Monday. I went to Copley Square to Ken's and had a gigantic sandwich. I did a play for the Harvard Student Theater. So I had a most wonderful time.
Okay.
Were you on? I read you were on WERS when you were here at Emerson.
I did.
What'd you do?
Jeff Goldstein, who was my fraternity brother, was a director, and we did a show. Vin DeBona, the famous producer of America's Got Talent, America's Got Home Videos. That's what it is. Home Videos was my fraternity brother, a major producer at WERS.
Okay, so you have done a million things, incredible career. But let's start with the thing that first got you famous was 11 seasons of the Fonz on Happy Days.
Yeah.
You're still tight with.
Yes.
Yeah, tell us about your co-stars and your group text and stuff.
I will tell you that Gary Marshall was a genius, rest his soul. He was our mentor, and he wanted to own a sports team, which he did not do, so he created the Happy Days baseball team. And we would play every Sunday against other shows or talent agencies. Then we traveled all over the country. Then we traveled all over Europe and Japan, playing with the American troupe, which kept us, the family that plays together stays together. So we are all family, and that is not even an exaggeration. Last night I was in Lowell at the Middlesex Community College with Anson Williams and Don Most, where we helped with a fundraiser.
I went to a Joni Mitchell concert about 100 years ago where someone yelled out a song of hers to sing, and she said something like, "Nobody ever asked Van Gogh to paint a Starry Night again." You're incredibly respectful. I've seen a lot of interviews with you. Are you sick of talking about Happy Days, or
not at all?
You're
because
not.
Remember, the Fonz introduced me to the world.
Well, not with me, by the way. I am a reverse Winkler fan, Henry Winkler. I didn't watch Happy Days. I saw this movie. I'm wondering how many people. Heroes. I was going to say, do you remember Heroes?
Yeah.
You play a troubled Vietnam veteran. It's the first time I ever saw you. I thought it was terrific. And I can't remember if my date or whoever the hell I was with says to me, do you know who that? I was saying how great you were. And somebody says, you know what else he does? And I'm embarrassed to even say this. So I was sort of reverse. And then I got turned on to Happy Days in reverse. So I never had a moment where, well, I want to know if you have a moment. Did you ever worry in the Happy Days for those who started there with you that, like, a lot of us worried about Gandolfini or Sally Field, who I know you worked with, or Carol O'Connor, that you were going to be Fonz for the rest of your life?
No, first of all, it turned out that is true. Number two is, all you can do is my two words in my life are tenacity and gratitude. And tenacity, I kept going, and no matter how difficult things were, I knew that if I just kept putting one foot in front of the other, I would get to be here on your show.
That's right.
We're
That's
talking to
right.
Henry Winkler.
Well, for the two people that are like you over there that didn't watch Happy Days,
I did watch it, but only
later.
after I saw him in the movie.
But tell people.
See, I don't care as long as you got there.
Okay,
That's
fine.
right. But for people that may not miss it, tell me about the Fonz. His whole shtick with the leather jacket and the whole way he marched in.
Who missed it?
You know what?
Some people may have. A few.
When I auditioned, I changed my voice. And I went in and I said, my name is Henry. I'm from New York. I'm here. This is my second week in Hollywood. And then I started talking to them like this, like, don't look at me like that. Avert your eyes. And I walked out of the room. I threw the script up in the air. And on my birthday, October 30th, 1973, they called and said, would you like to play this role? And I said, absolutely. I had 6 lines, and eventually it grew into what we're talking about today.
Okay.
Speaking about today, if I can just say this, I want to be honest with Henry Winkler since we're so excited he's here. He's given the commencement address Saturday night to his alma mater, Emerson College. When we talked to your contact person, we had requested that you do this interview naked. And and they refused. That's better. Now, and the only reason we knew that is because, explain to us why we made that request. Can you explain that to the listeners and the viewers, please, there, Henry Winkler?
Yes, of course. And I would comply, but the air conditioning is on in the room.
That's right. Okay.
And I'm very sensitive to cold.
You mean hard nipples kind of thing?
Yeah.
Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Right now. Right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
So what'd you do naked for those who don't know?
What did I do naked? I very little, actually. Mostly my wife likes to sleep with the air conditioning on, and I sleep in fleece.
Okay.
But the thing is that I'm going to be crass for a minute and just mention again, Sunday night, 9:00, the History Channel is Hazardous History, my brand new show.
It's a great show. I think this is a great premise. The Cabbage Patch Dolls eating the fingers and the hair and all this kind of stuff. Tell us.
Play the intro to get people
Yeah,
in the
we have
mood.
a little sound. And I love the intro to this thing. All the terrible things we used to allow children to do, radioactive lunch boxes, whatever the hell they were. Here it is. This is the intro of Henry Winkler's Hazardous History show. Just got up for another season where he gives us his thoughts on the very dangerous toys of the past.
Were they dangerous? Certainly. Deadly? Occasionally. But boy, wasn't it exciting.
So tell us about some of these toys and the whole premise of the show. Radioactive science thing, blow torches, glass blowing, all this crazy stuff.
Yes, we did an episode of Merely Toys that were supposedly major money makers and were so dangerous. There were, babies and every parent knows this, sometimes have a hard time sleeping. So Mrs. Brown made a potion, put it in a beautiful little bottle, and then gave it to babies, and they slept through the night. And it was a miracle. And then several months later, they were addicted to morphine. So it is everything that human beings thought, this will be fun, this will make money, and it turned out to be hazardous, ergo the title.
Yeah, and the one of the early ones is about the water park that was like a killer water park. Tell people about that.
People would go down the slides, get stuck in the tube, and look over to the side of the tube, and there were other people's teeth that they were shoved into the wall and left their teeth behind.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great premise. How did you come up with that idea? I mean, where'd that come from? Brilliant idea.
To me.
Yeah,
it was brought to me by the History Channel. But as soon as I heard what the material was going to be, I said, "Oh, this is for me." And I've never done anything like it before. We did 8 last year, and it was so successful because people are enjoying it. We're doing 30 this year.
Well, it's a great premise and a great show. So congratulations about that.
Well, speaking of current events, what's Odenkirk? We're huge Odenkirk fans, as we
that
are
looks
of
like
yours.
a good one too.
What was it like working with him?
Okay, so Bob, I met as I was walking in to do the Seth Meyers late night show. He was walking out and he went, "Oh, you're wonderful." And then that struck the friendship, and we've had dinner together. And then he invited me to be in his movie, which I must say, I like Saturday afternoon popcorn, revenge shoot 'em ups. This is it. It really is well made. And who knew that the guy who did Mr. Bill would all of a sudden be an action hero?
That's right. Oh, was the little guy that used to go, who used to cry on Saturday Night Live? Is that Mr. Bill, the guy that would go, "Oh no"?
Yes, absolutely.
That was a great little bit. So this is about to open, am I right?
It opened.
I thought it was May
it's already
15th.
opened. So either you can find it in your theater or you can find it on your local streamer. And I have to say, it is a lot of fun. One of my heroes is, and I never pronounce his name correctly because I'm so dyslexic, Jason Statham.
Yep. Okay. I think that's it.
The English action fellow. This is in that genre, and it is filled with surprises.
You know, Henry Winkler, you've mentioned twice now dyslexia, and
yes,
you have been a crusader. I think it's you wrote a kid's book around this.
But I
issue.
didn't know that it would be so effective. All I did talk about pivoting. I couldn't get hired as an actor. I went to a friend and I said, "I need help." He said, "Meet Lynn Oliver, write children's books." And I said, "I can't do that because I'm dyslexic." And we figured out a way. And now our 41st is coming out in November.
That is really spectacular. We're talking to Henry Winkler.
We get texts during our show, and someone's just texted us, Tammy from Haverhill, and said her daughter goes to college in Milwaukee, and she has gone to see the statue of the Fonz on the Riverwalk. Tell people what they'll see there.
Well, you know, I will tell you, first of all, it really pisses me off because the statue is taller. But how many people, what a surreal moment. What an honor it is that in your life, somebody who was called dummer Hund, in German that means dumb dog, would all have a statue of their character. It is, I still, all these years later, can't wrap my brain around that completely.
Well, you know, that's pretty cool.
You celebrated your 80th birthday. Marjorie and I last year with a bunch of friends went to see the Rolling Stones at Gillette Stadium. And Mick Jagger is, I think, like 81, 80-something. And he essentially danced for 2.5 hours without moving. And Keith Richard, he gave him a break for like 2 minutes. I don't know if Keith Richard even knew where he was, but he sang for
up and down,
2
up
minutes.
And down the ramp.
Why are you doing? I mean, you are so busy. Why are you doing all this at 80 years old?
First of all, because I love it. Second of all, because I can. And third of all, because I have 7 grandchildren who have so many damn birthdays. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, that's right.
No, I'm saying, but I know. But what's the real answer? I mean,
the real answer is I can still do it. The real answer is I still have ambition. The real answer is I still have the energy, and sometimes I get a vitamin B12 shot. But I will say, I just saw The Boss and Tom
as in
Morello,
Springsteen, The Boss, yes.
As in Bruce Springsteen in L.A. He's 75, and I want to tell you, he went 1, 2, 3, 4, and then played for 3 hours and 47 minutes.
Yeah.
Do you admire the fact, you know, we the other day, a co-host with us is Ken Casey, who's the lead singer of the Dropkick Murphys, and they call him as they see him. He's been incredibly outspoken about the state of the world, as is Springsteen, unlike, you know, the great Michael Jordan line or the famous Michael Jordan line, you know, Republicans buy sneakers too. Do you not have admiration for the Springsteens of the world who say, I may lose fans, but it's the way I see the world.
Do you know what it is that we have stopped listening to each other? Bruce Springsteen has been playing for 1975 or 76. People love him. And when you go to his concert and he says the reason this concert exists, it is not over the top. It is not angry. This is what's happening to an America that we have grown up with, and we are at risk of losing it. And it's up to us to make sure we pull it back from the brink. That's really all he says. And I have to say, he is not that wrong.
You're listening to BPR and GBH and NEPM. We're speaking with Henry Winkler ahead of his Saturday night commencement address at Emerson College.
Yeah, are we?
No, we're not out of time.
Oh, we're not out of time. I was confused.
We have
Okay,
3 more minutes.
So, tell us, Henry, the thing you do about you're doing the movie, you're doing the TV show, you got the 7 grandchildren. Anything else we should know about coming up that you're planning on doing?
You know, I'm going fly fishing with my wife in Idaho.
Okay, that's right.
It is one of my favorite things to do on the planet.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, it is serene. It is thoughtful. It is beautiful. And you catch the fish, give the fish a kiss, take a picture with the fish, and put it back.
Yeah. Okay. You know, you can go to the supermarket and buy a fish. You know.
Yes,
that.
I know, but then you would have to eat it. I won't even eat a trout in a restaurant.
Why? What is that about?
Because they are majestic. They are beautiful.
You're not a vegetarian, I hope, are you?
I am not a vegetarian. I love food. And under this sweatshirt, you will see no vegetarian here.
Yeah.
So, Henry Winkler, have you ever given a commencement address before, or is Saturday night the first one?
I have. I went to the Yale Drama School, and I gave one in the 90s at Yale.
Nice.
I did it for Emerson. I did it in 95.
Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah.
So now I have matured a little bit, and I don't know whether they want to hear what I have to say, but I believe I have 3 or 4 things for them to take along.
We only have 30 seconds left. I want you to raise your right hand and promise me that you're as nice in real life as you appear to be in a conversation like this. Are you, I hope?
Do you know what I am? I'm not nice. I am grateful. I am grateful I'm on this earth.
You know, we're grateful that you gave us 25 minutes of your time, Henry Winkler. You're terrific.
And didn't it go quickly?
Yes, it went very fast.
It's really great to meet you.
Congratulations on all the great work you have done and are doing. And I'm a big fan of your show, so thank you very much. I'll get myself out to see your normal.
I love your mug.
Yeah, we'll send you one.
Thank you very much.
$12.50 a month.
I would love that if you did.
Yeah, we should do that. We should do that.
Henry Winkler, good luck Saturday night and with all your other ventures. Great to meet you. Take care.
Thank you very much. We've been speaking with Henry Winkler, actor, producer, director. The new movie is Normal. On Saturday, he's going to deliver the commencement address at Emerson College for graduates. And the great show that we're talking about is Hazardous History. It's on the History Channel about the hazardous things we used to do in the past. We still do a lot of bad things now. Anyway, the speech, as Jim said, Emerson College. Henry Winkler, thank you very, very much.
Be well.
Up next, a totally different vibe. We're going to talk with State Auditor Diana DiZoglio and Attorney Shannon Liss-Riordan in Studio 3 in the heels of their arguments before the top court in the state over their efforts to audit the legislature. This is BPR and GBH and NEPM. We'll be right back.
Are we on? Okay.
Yes, we are.
Welcome back to BPR and GBH and NEPM. Marjorie Egan and Jim Browdy. Streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. Tomorrow at the library, Tom Nichols, brilliant writer and thinker at The Atlantic. He's their international affairs person. We'll talk about the war. Galen Lee, who's been on our show before, violinist, composer, singer, disability advocate. She's brilliant for Live Music Friday. And particularly relevant to the conversation we're about to have, the Attorney General, Andrea Cabral, will join us at the library on Tuesday, May 12th. Joined now in Studio 3 by State Auditor Diana DiZoglio and our attorney, Shannon Liss-Riordan. Yesterday, they appeared before the state's highest court, the SJC, in the latest chapter of the auditor's effort to honor the voters' will from a year and a half ago, which would end up auditing the legislature, which 72% of the people voted for. Shannon, Auditor, good to see you both. Thanks so much for your time. We really appreciate it.
Great to be here, Jim.
So, Diana DiZoglio, I think you made any progress yesterday before the SJC?
We were very pleased with the questions and the discussion amongst the members of the SJC. We thought their questions were very thoughtful and very thorough. They had clearly read all the documents. They had clearly read all of the records that were provided to them, and I thought that was good to see, that they had a deep knowledge that they exhibited about the documents that they read, and their discussion topics reflected that knowledge. And I think that, they asked some good questions of us. They asked some good questions of the Attorney General, and it seems clear to me that they are interested in moving this case forward, finding resolution, and make sure that the question with respect to the audit law actually is able to get resolved by the SJC and is no longer able to be stonewalled.
Well, Shannon, could you explain, clearly as one can, what is before the SJC and what is not before the SJC in terms of the goal of the voters to have the legislature be audited by Diana DiZoglio's office? What are they deciding?
So what's before the SJC right now is whether this case can even move forward. So the auditor has been trying to enforce this law for more than a year, almost a year and a half now. And so because she never got the green light from the Attorney General, she went on ahead and had her office file the complaint itself. The Attorney General tried to block the case from going forward by moving to strike the complaint. So what the argument was about yesterday was whether the Attorney General could just block this case from even moving forward. And we were very pleased with the questions that the justices asked. It seemed very clear that they do believe this case needs to move forward one way or another. So we're very pleased.
And
with
you're
how
just
it looked.
so I'm clear, you're saying that if the attorney, I believe you're saying, the auditor's office, you as the lawyer in this case, that if the Attorney General is not willing to represent you, and we'll explain in a minute what she says are the reasons why she's been hesitant, that then the court should allow a special counsel to be appointed to represent the auditors so they can sue the legislature if they choose to for noncompliance. Is that accurate?
Yes, that is the issue. The point that was being argued yesterday was whether the Attorney General could just block this case altogether, whether her motion to strike the complaint would be granted. And the justices seemed frustrated that this case wasn't moving forward.
Can we play a little sound? Yeah. You have that? Go ahead.
We've got, this is Supreme Judicial Court Justice Gabriel Walahojian raising the idea of setting deadlines for Diana DiZoglio to answer questions and for Andrea Cabral to decide whether she will represent her. Here it is.
It is hard for me, looking at the history of correspondence, to think that an order might be useful if we're just going to repeat the same cycle of unproductive communications. It seems to me perhaps that a deadline would have to be set by which the Attorney General would fish or cut bait, to use, common phrase. Is that the kind of thing that you see as being reasonable? And if so, what date would that be?
It does seem to those of us who've been watching from the sidelines here, we talked to you, then we talked to the Attorney General, then we talked to you and the Attorney General. We never seem to be making any progress on this. So does that deadline seem reasonable?
I would like a more swift deadline to occur, 7 to 10 days, but I'll take 30 days because it's better than this never-ending pursuit of justice. And I think that, you had it right, Jim, when you recommended that we actually work together with Judge Gertner. And Marjorie, I think you agreed with that.
We should explain. Judge Gertner offered to be a mediator here between both sides. You agreed to it, and the Attorney General.
But now the
did not agree.
SJC is essentially looking to play a similar role, not necessarily of mediator, but a role of trying to assist in making sure that this is moving forward. They said, clearly there's a communication breakdown. You're saying this, she's saying that. And I think that rather get involved in a she said dispute, which they did not seem interested in, rightly so, I would say, they are looking to try to get to the point, which is how do we get this audit law enforced that the people decided? They recognized it multiple times yesterday when they sat there and said, look, it's very clear that this is the issue. People did vote on this. There needs to be a resolution. This court decides the constitutionality, not the Attorney General's office. And even if our office and the AG's office have a dispute, there does need to be resolution to that at some point, and we agree. So I think that it was a great recommendation that a time constraint be placed on that the Attorney General's office fish or cut bait, according to that justice, and that we get an answer once and for all. Are you going to represent these issues, or are you going to represent the legislature? Now, I will just end with this, and I know you want to ask something, but the Attorney General has already been on the record representing the legislature now. So one of the justices, Justice Kafker, I believe it was, did point to the fact that, you know, even though the Attorney General said that they would too potentially be amenable to some sort of a deadline and some sort of a resolution being required, that he did look and say, well, it is kind of, you know, a little bit of an awkward situation because, you know, you're clearly working with the legislature. We've clearly recognized that they've already chosen to side with the legislature in this case. So certainly they're not able to represent us simultaneously. But I think that the justices
what does that mean?
saying,
Wait. If it within, let's assume the court orders this 30-day thing, and the Attorney General says, okay, I've used the 30 days, we will represent the auditor's office. Are you comfortable having her represent you based on what you just said?
No, I'm not.
So what happens then?
So she would need to appoint a SAG or not appoint a SAG. Or she would need to just decide to take the case forward on her own and sue the legislature on her own, which she would be able to do.
Okay, so Shannon Liss-Riordan, let's assume the 30 days passes and the flip side happens. The Attorney General says, based upon my consideration of the facts, I am not going to represent the Attorney General, the Auditor's office. What happens then? You continue to say we want her to appoint a special counsel?
Right. If the Attorney General, I mean, the reason that this case has been stuck is because the Attorney General has never explicitly said yes or no. But as I told the justices yesterday, effectively she has said no because she's never said yes, and it's been a year and a half. So it looks like she's going to be put to the test of actually making a decision. And if she decides not to pursue this case herself, which would seem odd given her prior statements and her representing the legislature, then the proper course would be to allow another counsel to represent the auditor. That would probably be through a special attorney general.
We're talking to Shannon Liss-Riordan, who's in the private sector, who, by the way, ran for the nomination for attorney general against Andrea Cabral. Does that give you any satisfaction yesterday? Tell the truth.
I'm just saying I'm back to my job being a private attorney general, and I would be very pleased to represent the auditor in this important case.
Well, that's not an answer. Okay.
I will say I'm very grateful, and I loved seeing Attorney Liss-Riordan there yesterday representing the people's wishes.
Do you find it weird?
There.
Do you find it weird, by the way, that virtually every Republican elected official in the state and every Republican candidate, as far as I know, supports your position, and virtually every Democratic elected official, with very few exceptions, every Democratic candidate opposes or is at least silent on your position, and you're a Democrat. Is that weird?
No, it's not weird. This is a nonpartisan issue, and I think that the reality is that the Democrats actually really strongly support this. You can see that at the Democratic convention when I go and we get a standing ovation.
You mean rank and file Democrats?
Yes, when we talk about the audit, and then the Republican convention, you saw a lot of support for the audit as well. People might like me personally or not like me personally, but one thing most people agree on is that they love the idea of the audit of the legislature, and they do want my office to conduct that audit, and that is bringing people together. And I've always said, look, I will talk to anybody who's willing to work with us on these issues to get these issues moved forward, and that takes working in a nonpartisan fashion a lot of times. And I can have an opinion about something different, so can you. But if we agree on this issue, we should move on that. And I have been able to work together with my Republican colleagues on these types of issues with respect to transparency and my progressive colleagues
The
on these
leading
types of
Republican
issues.
candidate for governor agreed to fund the whole operation here.
Yeah, and that, we were grateful for that offer.
Okay.
We ultimately decided to go with attorney Shannon Liss-Riordan, and clearly she's done a fantastic job at representing us. But yes, it was nice to hear that we have support from all sides. Shannon is a progressive Democrat. The candidate for governor is a Republican, and there you see it.
That's
You
like
have
for
a progressive
those who don't
Democrat
know.
and a Republican both agreeing on an issue.
Every time we talk about the legislature, Jim likes to point out their 5-month vacation, and I like to point out that they're the least productive and most secretive legislature probably in the entire country. I mean, I think if you are paying attention in Massachusetts, you may be very annoyed at the way the legislature does not perform. Seems to, it has, pays money to committee chairs, and there aren't any meetings for the committee chairs, and all these kind of shenanigans that go on. And whenever we talk about this on the radio, I mean, we get tons of text messages because people are really upset about this. Those who are paying attention, we voted for this 72%, and nothing's happening. So why do you think this has become such an endless quagmire?
I mean, we cited this in the briefing to the court that Massachusetts, even though it's seen as such a blue state, it ranks at the bottom or near the bottom of all states across the country for legislative transparency. This is a huge issue, and again, it's not a partisan issue. It's just a fact, and there is a lot that can be approved here. So that's why we have this article of our Constitution, Article 48, that allows the people to be a co-equal participant in making laws. So here, 72% of the voters voted for this law that the legislature obviously was not going to allow itself or pass itself.
And I've said this 1,000 times on the show because I used to do with ballot questions. A law passed by the voters under Article 48 has the exact same force and effect as a law passed by the legislature and signed by the governor. Shannon Liss-Riordan.
Absolutely. And it also, I'll just say, it is the Attorney General's job to enforce the law of the Commonwealth. So that's just another thing very disappointing here is that, and the argument that we made was that the Attorney General was abdicating her responsibility by not enforcing the law of the Commonwealth. If she doesn't like the law, if she finds it repugnant, if she thinks it's unconstitutional.
She voted for it, she told us.
She said that, but then she's been blocking in court its enforcement. So that's why it's absolutely essential that this case go forward one way or another. And if the Attorney General is not going to enforce the will of the people, then another attorney needs to be allowed to do that.
So do you think there's some deep, dark secrets that they don't want you to know, or do you think they just don't like you, Diana? They don't want anybody looking at the books here.
It's all of that
It's
together.
all of that. Okay.
They don't like me. And I think that there are some things that might prove unflattering, potentially, right? I can't allege that that's definitely the case, but of course it's a concern. When we look at different records, we look at things like those settlement agreements and those non-disclosure agreements,
which
right?
really get people going,
Yes.
I think. Explain those.
So the settlement agreements that can include non-disclosure agreements can silence people about workplace abuse, harassment, discrimination, or potential corruption being hidden. We have seen different state agencies use even over $1 million to settle different cases and different allegations with folks who have alleged very bad behavior going on, unlawful and unethical behavior going on. We saw at the at Massport recently, they had over $1 million settlement with non-disclosure language that they had entered into regarding some allegations over there that were very concerning. At the Convention Center Authority, they previously had a $1.2 million settlement that they entered into because of allegations of racial discrimination and retaliation. And, these agreements are able to be entered into. I know that the legislature has used non-disclosure agreements through the years. Remember my story? I got one years and years ago. They keep saying that they haven't, but yet they really don't want us to be able to look at those things. So it's that, but it's also, Marjorie, just state contracts, procurement documents, right? The records about how they are giving away contracts to people in the potentially millions of taxpayer dollars. We had a Senate issue that I raised in a hearing recently when I was testifying in support of our public records ballot question, which I'm asking everyone to please vote yes.
Potentially on this year's ballot.
Yes, it will be on this year's ballot. Please vote yes on an act to increase access to public records, to subject the legislature and governor's office to the public records law. But when I went before the courts, when I went before the legislative committee to testify on that ballot question, I raised that it was flagged to me that the Senate had reported on the comptroller's website that they had entered into some sort of contracting regarding employee contracts of some sort, but they didn't list a vendor, and that there was over $1 million in funding that was allocated to this, but they didn't even list a vendor. Now, that could have been a mistake or an oversight, or it could have been purposeful, but we just don't know.
We only have a minute and a half left here. By the way, in the House and the Senate budget proposals, did they cut your budgets? Did the House or Senate cut your budget?
They funded
Quickly.
it around 1%. The governor funded ours at, I believe, over 3%. And the legislature decided to try to fund our budget at roughly 1%. I believe the AG saw 4 or 5% in a proposed
So less
increase.
than other constitutional officers.
Of course.
Shannon Liss-Riordan, again, without me losing the audience, the argument the Attorney General has regularly made here is that the auditor's demand in terms of what she wants to audit is a moving target. That it's this, then it's that, then it's this. Was that, and your contention is she's been asking for the exact same things over and over and over
The
again.
auditor.
Did the auditor, did the SJC, did the justices seem to acknowledge that, or is that still in dispute?
No, some of the justices did seem to acknowledge it, that it was very clear through more than a year of correspondence that the auditor was looking to begin an audit with these particular categories of documents, and this case would be about those documents. Other documents, that's not this case. And the SJC said just last week in giving an advisory opinion, giving the green light for the public records ballot initiative to go forward, they said that hypothetical issues in the future they can't even opine on. So right now we're just talking about these initial document requests that the legislature is
When do we
refusing to
expect?
comply
We only
with.
15, when do we expect a decision of them?
I'd expect pretty soon, given what they said yesterday.
Fair enough. And again, the Attorney General is with us on Tuesday. Among the things we'll talk to her about is this. Auditor Shannon Liss-Riordan, thanks so much for your time. We appreciate it.
Yes, we have been speaking with the State Auditor Diana DiZoglio and her attorney Shannon Liss-Riordan, who yesterday before the state's highest court about this very issue. Up next, former Public Safety Secretary Andrea Cabral and Marjorie Egan. He's Jim Browdy. This is BPR on GBH and NEPM.
Always on the radio at 89.7. Available on the GBH News YouTube channel and online at gbhnews.org.
Welcome back to Boston Public Radio. I am Jim Browdy, and she is Marjorie Egan. Sorry about that. Join now, and we'll be at the library
Briefly
tomorrow.
forgot me there.
We're streaming on YouTube. I forgot where I was and who I am and why I am, actually. Streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. Join now on Zoom. This I know to be true because I see her face right there, and I seem to recognize her. It is Andrea Cabral. That's correct. Former Public Safety Secretary. I've known her for quite a while. Former Sheriff of Suffolk County. You are Andrea Cabral, correct?
Yeah. I am, but I don't want to interrupt your existential crisis.
It's too late for that, my friend. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
So, Andrea, we spoke with you last week about what was essentially the gutting of the Voting Rights Act. And now we're seeing what's happening in days after the Supreme Court decision there. Tell us about Memphis, Tennessee.
Well, first of all, it's not just Memphis, Tennessee.
No, it's
but
not just. You're right.
Memphis. It's basically as soon as this last aspect of the Voting Rights Act was gutted, the southern states did rush to do exactly what the Voting Rights Act was designed to prevent them from doing, right? So when John Roberts first started down this road of gutting the act, he kept referring to its various components as each case came up. He'd refer to them as solutions in search of a problem. These southern states, they're not doing this. Racism is a thing of the past. It's like supreme gaslighting. Literally hours after the Calais decision, and we recently learned this week that the plaintiff in Calais attended the Stop the Steal rally, the insurrectionist rally.
Oh.
His name is Bert Calais. He's got a bunch of conspiracy theories, social media posts. You know, he's clearly among the sort of insurrectionist types that went to the Trump's rally on January 6th. So he's basically a January 6th. It's not a coincidence by any stretch of the imagination that he's the plaintiff in the Calais decision. But in any event, Tennessee, Mississippi, Georgia, Alabama, and I think South Carolina rushed to redistrict immediately following the Calais decision. And there are Republican-controlled legislatures in all of these states. And they were just waiting for this decision to come down, and they immediately rushed to gerrymander their redistricting maps. And in the case of Louisiana, as we discussed last week, voting in the election was already underway. So the Supreme Court made this decision when they have historically chastised lower district court, federal district court judges for making decisions like this too close to an election, literally handed down the Calais decision and then expedited it while 42,000 people had already voted in Louisiana. But Tennessee is another one of the states, and they're trying to basically carve up Memphis, which is the only Democratic seat in a predominantly Black city in Tennessee. And they're carving that up now to make sure that there is absolutely no Black representation, as are the other southern states. That's the goal.
You know, can we just explain because we always talk about gerrymandering, and then I worry while we're having the discussion and always forget about it, that people don't understand how it operates. What they did and by the way, Democrats do this when they're in power, not racially motivated, unless it's so that there's equal representation. What they did with Memphis, which was a majority Black district, is they divided it in three parts. And each of the smaller parts of Memphis, of that majority Black district, were expanded to include a conservative rural or suburban district. So they dilute to almost nothing the power of the urban voter. It's a very simple process. And essentially the only majority Black district in Tennessee will be gone, which is, they got exactly what they expected.
And Jim Clyburn, that we've seen over and over for years on TV from South Carolina, credited with getting a big vote for Joe Biden in 2020 in South Carolina. I think he's one of the only, if not the only, African American in
South Carolina.
Yes. Well, one of the things that I don't understand in terms of the arguments that have been made by the Supreme Court. First of all, they basically have said now that gerrymandering based on political affiliation is fine with them, when as recently as I think 2002, I can't recall the name of the case, they had very strongly suggested that political gerrymandering was undesirable. I mean, doing it on any sort of, basis, whether it's racial or political, they're disfavoring. But now they've basically said, go ahead, you can do it based on politics. I don't understanding that this was the way the Supreme Court was going to go, why you wouldn't make the argument in 2026 that political gerrymandering is racial gerrymandering, because you're hard pressed to find people of color in the Republican Party. It is the same thing. It is essentially the same thing. They're just calling it political, but it is under the guise of, it's like a gaslighting, even the fact of the reason for the gerrymandering, because it does come down to racial gerrymandering. And the fact that it's only the southern states that rushed to do this, going back to the very reason they were outlawed from doing it by the Voting Rights Act to begin with, tells you, given their history, that this is racial.
You know, can we, friends of mine say, how can you be so angry about so much every day? Can we go from the anger I felt to the Voting Rights Act to the anger that almost exploded out of my head in the White House's response to something President Obama said? Barack Obama's doing an interview with, I'm sure a lot of you have seen this, with the Late Show on CBS.
Yeah, he's only got a few days
with,
left.
With Colbert. That's right. He's May 22nd, whatever it is. Here's just a little excerpt of what Obama says. You'll hear Colbert and then Obama again. Here it is.
The White House shouldn't be able to direct the Attorney General to go around prosecuting whoever the president wants to prosecute.
Right, because technically it's under the executive branch.
Technically,
the norm is that it's independent.
The idea is that the Attorney General is the people's lawyer. It's not the president's consigliere.
Okay, now let me say, and I hope people can accept this, if the White House wants to say, we think that's totally unfair, we totally disagree with that, it is an independent Department of Justice, even though it's not, that's fine. Here's the response from a spokesperson for the White House to President Obama. He is a classless moron. He is a total disgrace for all the division he has sowed. This is Obama, not Trump. He has sowed upon this country, and history will not judge him well. There is never an hour in which these people don't prove themselves to be the crassest, lowest form of human being I've ever encountered in my whole life. They never miss an opportunity. Did you have the exact same reaction to this, I'm assuming?
Oh, of course. I mean, but this is a daily thing. And I agree with everything that you said, but I also always think to myself that the debasement, the continued debasement of public discourse, the name calling, the vulgarism, all also serves a purpose because it debases the American people.
You were so right.
Our collective sort of self-esteem, even those of us who rail against this kind of thing. And I also think to myself that 75 million people voted for this and another 90 million couldn't be bothered to vote against it.
Yeah, well, that's really depressing. But you know what else is really depressing too? That it's clear to me that President Obama is so obsessed. I mean, President Trump is so obsessed with President Obama that who knows how long this Iran disaster may continue until Trump can somehow twist things into claiming he got a better deal than Obama, which I
is
think
all he cares about.
Which is really exactly. So people's gas prices maybe have to be $5, $5.50. People may have to be injured and die because he can't bear to have the document he tore up in his first day in office be the thing that that was better than the deal he's going to wind up with.
But it's not like he cares at all about the impact this has on
No,
every.
no.
You know, you watch him and you watch Bennett and a few of all the others that take to Fox and the Sunday shows to proclaim that this is just temporary pain. None of them are paying for their own gasoline. It's the United States taxpayer that pays for their gasoline, that pays for much of what we're paying for Kristi Noem, who was fired to stay in military housing.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
You know, and it's not even about being out of touch. It's about simply not caring because they don't actually represent any of the people of the United States of America. They represent one man.
You're listening to BPR and GBH and NEPM, and we're obviously talking with former Massachusetts Secretary of Public Safety and the former Sheriff of Suffolk County. That, of course, would be Andrea Cabral.
Okay, this is small potatoes, but I can't resist pointing it out, Andrea Cabral. This latest story about Kash Patel, the head of the FBI. We know that The Atlantic did a very well-sourced and reported story about his alleged drinking problems. Now they're talking about how
the same woman, isn't it? Same woman, Sarah Fitzgerald. Yeah.
About the bourbon bottles. You want to tell us about the bottles of bourbon?
Yeah, so Sarah Fitzpatrick, who writes for The Atlantic, did a story a few weeks ago about the fact that FBI personnel, ranging from supervisors to rank and file personnel, have been sort of incessantly expressing concern about Kash Patel's behavior as the FBI director, including but certainly not limited to his use of public resources for his own personal benefit, his and his girlfriend's, and his drinking, among other things, and his behavior generally, including them having to use, sort of break through a door he was behind.
That's my favorite.
He wouldn't answer. They didn't know what was wrong with him, but he seems to be routinely hungover, routinely drunk, that kind of thing. And so he then initiated an investigation. He's using FBI resources to investigate Sarah Patrick. And in what I think is
Fitzpatrick.
worthy of Scottish Journalism Award, she came back. She said at the time that her first story had resulted in a lot more sources coming forward to her about the nature of his drinking. She then there's another story in the Atlantic by her that is about the fact that he actually, as the FBI director, apparently buys large stashes of bourbon, which is distilled at a place in Kentucky, which he then brands with his own personal name. It actually says in the bottle, Kash Patel, FBI director. It has the Federal Bureau of Investigation's badge on it, imprinted on it. It says Director Kash Patel, and he signs some of the bottles to his, really special friends, and he signs it with his signature and the number 9 because he is the 9th FBI director in the history of the United States, and he gives these away. And among other things, when Sarah Fitzpatrick asked a former FBI official, because the response from the FBI was that he's not doing anything wrong, that this doesn't violate any ethical rules, and it's nothing that hasn't been done by anybody else. Sarah Fitzpatrick asked former FBI officials if this had ever been done by a director, and at least one of them, none of them said it had been, but at least one of them simply burst out laughing, asked the question, of course, he shouldn't be doing this. And it's just the latest in the clown show that the dangerous clown show that represents pretty much every member of the Trump's cabinet. But this is just, this is insane.
Yeah, I love the website. He's got these cash beanies for $35, T-shirts for $35, camo hoodies, $65, trucker caps.
He co-founded that website.
Huh?
Sells this merch. He co-founded the website.
Yeah.
And I don't believe he's divested his interest in it.
I don't know. Government gangster playing cards. You want for the head of the FBI to have a government gangster playing cards.
Yeah.
And a fight with cash Punisher scarf, also $25.
Right.
Okay.
We don't have much time, but at the same time, it's just so hard to deal with all this. At the same time, Chief Justice Roberts gives a speech at some judicial conference saying it's not, well, I can actually read what he said. I think people view us as a purely political actors, which I don't think is an accurate understanding of what we do.
He doesn't believe that. This is just lying to the public and gaslighting. He's not a stupid man. On the same day that he was at this judicial conference, Neil Gorsuch was on Fox promoting his latest book.
Yeah.
And within days of these comments, Clarence Thomas was addressing another group of people, telling them that democratic, progressive values are a threat to democracy.
Yeah.
Don't say you're not political when you clearly are, when you accept millions of dollars of gifts from people who want to hold political sway in this country, who make billions and billions of dollars and want the law to go according to what protects them. This is just
Well, let's not leave out that the 6 conservatives go to the state dinner for King Charles, which does not include, we don't know if they're invited or not invited, I'm assuming not, but regardless, they weren't there, the 3 liberal-leaning people. And it seems to me, at least the Chief Justice, if others, if he's so concerned about not being seen as a political actor, maybe respectfully declines so that there's a perception that we're not there to serve the interests of the president as opposed to serve the interests
half the
of the people of
broadcasters
Massachusetts.
at Fox News.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And in past, you didn't even have to decline the invitation because presidents had enough sense to not invite Supreme Court justices, but he knows that he owns them to some degree.
We have more to
Wherever you are, you can stream GBH 89.7 on the GBH News app. From your kitchen to your commute, stay connected with expert interviews and trusted local news. Download the GBH News app today on the App Store or Google Play. Funding for our programs comes from you.
And Seasons 4, the outdoor living store in Lexington, featuring over 100 styles of outdoor furniture delivered throughout New England, plus a wide selection of plants, statuary, and garden accessories for spring. Seasons4.com. And Cambridge Trust, a division of Eastern Bank, offering business and personal wealth management and private banking services, investing more than $240 million in local communities since 1994. More at cambridgetrust.com.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
Welcome to hour number 2 of Boston Public Radio, 89.7 GBH, Jim Brady, Marjorie Egan, youtube.com/GBH News. Tomorrow, we're going to be back at the Boston Public Library. Tom Nichols, international affairs writer for The Atlantic, the violinist, singer, activist, disability activist Galen Lee is going to play for us for a live Music Friday. We've had her before. She is great. The Attorney General of the Commonwealth is going to join us on May 12th, Tuesday, at the library. We'll talk to her about what we just talked about with Diana DiZoglio, DiZoglio's effort to audit the legislature. Hello again, Jim.
Hey there, Marjorie. We're joined on Zoom by Shirley Leung, Boston Globe business columnist, host of the Say More podcast, and co-author of the Power Play newsletter with John Chesto. And unlike the Boston Globe Soup newsletter, which we signed up for and still haven't gotten, we finally, thanks to the intervention of Shirley Leung, get the newsletter. And I mean this sincerely, Shirley. It is fabulous. Welcome to the show. It's good to see you.
Thank you. I'm so glad you got it.
No, by the way, you two are doing a great. It's really compelling stuff. It's
you
great.
had a pretty much what I would call a blockbuster story about we're going to have this income tax issue on the ballot, and you talked about these little known provisions. Tell us.
Well, impacts, not impacts of the cutting of the income tax.
Yeah, well, that's the problem. I guess they're not. That's right. They're not. We didn't know about these, but these are going to be the impacts, which are big deals.
I mean, this is a scoop from John Chesto last Friday. The ANF, the state budgeting office, was looking at the impact if the voters decided to lower the income tax from 5% to 4%. And I won't get into all the nitty gritty details, but it would trigger something in the law that would affect charitable deductions, and that would be terrible for nonprofits. It also would hurt small businesses, the way they do their taxes. So there are unintended consequences of lowering the income tax, and so there's hope. I mean, I think there's an effort to hope that this will get stopped in its tracks, because this income tax ballot question could really hurt small businesses and charities.
I also don't understand, as someone, again, as I said, when the auditor was here, I used to do ballot questions for a living. There's got to be, I don't remember the exact words, but a fair and accurate summary by the Attorney General that goes before the voters. And I think through no fault of her own, because nobody knew this, Andrea Cabral prepares the summary that doesn't include these impacts. I don't understand. We'll ask her on Tuesday.
How it can go forward.
How it can go forward, because the voter, with all due respect, not every voter is reading the Power Play newsletter by John Chesto and Shirley Leung, and as a result is going to go into the voting booth likely not understanding the impacts. But the one thing I particularly want to respond, the way they do the newsletter, if you haven't gotten it yet, how do you sign up for it, by the way, Shirley?
It's globe.com/powerplay.
Okay, globe.com/powerplay. What they do, which I really like, whoever writes the lead story, the other one, if it's Shirley, John Chesto responds. If John does it, Shirley responds. I totally disagree with you about you saying you basically said unless these unless these impacts derail the ballot question, it's surely going to win. I don't buy that. What I do buy is there's got to be a more ferocious campaign by the governor and those who believe this will be a disaster. But voters don't always just vote. I mean, I was involved in a lot of these campaigns.
Have you looked at the polls? a poll, and there's another
'cause
poll today.
no campaign has started though.
Oh, that's
Shirley, in
true. It hasn't
opposition.
started. Yeah, right. You've done it.
I-
You did it before, right?
We've defeated huge tax cuts on
Well,
the
not
ballot.
only that, look at some of the overrides. I mean, Brookline is hugely, taxes in Brookline are huge. Voters just approved an override to pay even more taxes there.
But that's a higher income community, one might argue.
It
I'm
is.
just
Not
saying-
everybody's passed them.
But
Yeah,
let me
not
just
everyone's
say,
passed them.
if there's a decent campaign, well funded by the opponents here, who talk about what the consequence. The good news is you're going to get a tax cut. The bad news is here's what you're going to lose.
But why risk it? Why can't we save all that money?
well-
It's tens of millions of dollars. I mean, you know that legislating
Billions
by
of
ballot
dollars.
question.
Billions.
Right? Well, no, but the campaign will
campaign.
be millions.
Yeah.
For the campaign, people have to spend tens of millions of dollars. As you know, it's like, why risk it? You know, the better path is for the legislature and the governor and the business groups to come together and strike a deal, and not like why risk getting it on the ballot? You're right. There's a chance that voters may decide we know that this is bad for schools and other services, but
Why take a
Jim,
chance?
Yeah, why take a chance? And Jim, like, what if the price of gas is like close to $5 by the?
I agree. That hurts. And by
You
the way,
know?
if people don't understand what Shirley's talking about, there's a great history in this state of when the legislature actually does its job, meets with the proponents and the opponents, and they sit down and they try to work out a compromise, and then the question doesn't go to the ballot.
When did they do that?
It's happened on campaigns that I did.
Gee, I don't recall.
Minimum wage. The
Excuse
minimum
me,
wage.
exactly. The great compromise that
Yeah,
led to huge things,
Yeah.
including minimum wage increase.
I don't know. You have more faith in the legislature than I do. All we ever talk about is
Well-
how they never do anything and they hide everything that they do.
But when
They
powerful
take 5 weeks vacation.
when powerful
5
business
months, excuse
when
me.
powerful business interests,
Okay.
the majority of them are on the other
Well,
side of this.
You're the tax guy. I
Yeah.
mean, I think that in a lot of people, a lot of the reason, and it shouldn't be the only reason, but one of the reasons they do give to charities because they can deduct it on their taxes. Now that's changed at the federal level, has it not?
I believe it has.
It's not as effective anymore.
But on the state level,
Well, the state tax, I don't want to get into the details of this because the state tax deduction is not as significant if you're loaded because it's smaller.
Yeah,
But for
but it's
average
still
people, it is.
something.
But
It's
in any
still
case,
something. Right.
we'll stay on top of this. We'll talk to the Attorney General about it on Tuesday. You know, Shirley, there's a great piece in the Globe by Chris Saris and Michael Silverman. Headline, Philadelphia is my hometown, is far more ready for World Cup 2026 than Boston. And the mayor's with us on May 27th. This is what an embarrassment. It
Yeah.
seems for the city and state. Tell us what the comparison reflected.
So Chris and Michael go down to I don't know if both of them or one of them went down to Philadelphia to see if it's a comparable size to Boston, if they're excited about World Cup, and indeed they are. They've in terms on the private side, they've raised $65 million in corporate funding and philanthropic funding. I mean, roughly triple what Boston has raised. They're able to when fans want to go to the game, I think it's free, right? They don't have to pay. The train rides are free. I mean, just when when we were down there, when Chris or Michael were down there, you felt the spirit of World Cup, all over the city. Whereas in Boston, you might see a few things here and there, but it doesn't feel like we're one of the hosts of the World Cup like they do in Philadelphia.
And it's right around the corner. But I mean, it's right. Meaning it's coming really soon.
Right.
Here.
It's probably less than 6 weeks away. And
by the way, I think the free transportation is back from the games, but regardless, there's free transportation.
You know what else? It's so cheap to live there compared to Boston as well.
Is it really?
Oh,
Is
well,
it?
Well, I mean, one of my kids went to school right outside of Philadelphia. I used to spend a lot of time there. Unless it's dramatically changed in the last few years, yes, much cheaper. And it's a neat city now. It's your hometown.
I know
it's
what
got
it is.
all
I
these
grew up
great
there. I
restaurant
heard that.
districts and all these great the murals on the walls.
Graffiti.
It's not graffiti. It's murals. It's beautiful. I
The
mean,
public
it's
murals
just,
there,
it's got
yeah.
the
It is a
little
great-
small neighborhoods, and then it's got these big wide
great.
boulevards. Philadelphia is a great city.
Can I tell you what the
Now.
other sign for me is? We have invited the head of Boston Soccer 26, Mike Lloyd, onto the show repeatedly. He's the lead guy. Not only does he not come on, he doesn't even respond to our emails.
Wow.
And I assume that means, I'm sorry to make this conclusion, but the way to disabuse us of this is to come on, is they're worried that they can't defend the preparation. And again, we'll talk to the mayor about it at
I mean,
the end of the month.
what's so interesting about Philadelphia is so why have we struggled with fundraising, right? What has been our excuse? Oh, well, we have to do this big, MA 250. We're celebrating the 250th anniversary. We also have tall ships. Well, guess who else is celebrating?
Exactly right. Very good point.
Philadelphia! That's right. Something happened in Philadelphia, as I recall, did it not? Isn't that where they all
They
went
might
for-
have signed something
signed
there.
something, yeah, the Declaration. Yeah, I think so.
And so that's one of the things I'm pursuing for the newsletter. It's like, well, can they walk and chew gum? I mean, I wonder if their 250th anniversary, is it falling off a cliff because they focused on World Cup? So I'm trying to find out, but I have a sense that they are going all in on the 250 as well. And there was a word in Chris and Michael's piece that jumped out at me, and it's a word that I've used in my columns writing about World Cup. There's almost a malaise, among the business and civic leadership and political leadership. It's like, World Cup, we don't need that. We've been, we have so much going on here. We don't need every last tourist here or every last visitor. Whereas Philadelphia, they're like, bring it on. Literally, I think that's one of their mantras. Bring it on. We're going to do this. We're going to go. What is it? Go big or go home. And you feel that ethos in that story. And for us, it almost feels like a chore. Oh, we gotta do these. We gotta FIFA's here, World Cup's here. We gotta do something.
Well, get back to Mike Loyne for a second. I mentioned has not even responded. If you were the head of this thing, wouldn't you want to be on every radio and television show?
Right.
Every day, if you could, to promote what's coming? We got to take a break. We're continuing.
Yeah, we're going to take a break, but we're going to talk more with Shirley Leung after this quick pledge break. Shirley, hold on for a second. I'm Marjorie Egan. He's Jim Browdy. You're listening to BPR 89.7 GBH, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
Live, local, 5 days a week. Jim Browdy, Marjorie Egan, Boston Public Radio. It's here on GBH Radio because of your support. Now's your chance to keep the conversation going. Give online at gbhnews.org or call 888-897-9424.
Okay, the mug is back. You demanded a mug. There's a mug. That's the good news. The bad news, it is gone in 42 minutes. If you want it, Marjorie will describe it in a minute. 888-897-9424, gbhnews.org. Can I just read some of these comments?
Yes.
Roy in Riverside, listen to Jim and Marjorie every day. I will never miss it. I also enjoy the news programs. Excellent. Marjorie, yes. And Mallory, I'm sorry, in Salem. Longtime listener, longtime sustainer. Can't think of a better way to spend my money. And this is my fourth Jim and Marjorie mug.
Oh, wow.
I'm a collector. One more. Lucy in Leominster. I wouldn't have made it through the past decade without Jim and Marjorie. I've listened every day of my adult life. And thank you both for keeping me sane. And we say the same to you. The banner and friendship is endearing during these dark times. We thank you all.
We do thank you
really
very
great.
much. 888-897-9424, gbhnews.org. I want to point out that this mug is only available until 1 o'clock, which is like 42 minutes from now. So that is it. So a lot of people like these mugs, the ones Jim said, Marjorie.
Oh, it's up on YouTube. It looks
yeah, there
great,
it is.
actually.
Okay. I'm with Marjorie on this one. That's on one side. It's a lovely shade of blue. And then in Jim's side, it's a lovely shade of green.
Lovely shade.
I'm with Jim on this one. So you kind of debate who's right or who's wrong in these issues. And it's only available till 1 o'clock. And we've lost our federal funding, and that's a big deal. And we are ever more grateful to people that take the time to donate to us. And we're ever more in need of private donations because, as I said, we don't have any more federal funding. So the mug is only available till 1 o'clock. It's really great. We appreciate very much people who have donated already, who said lovely things here, like Deborah from Randolph. I love public radio. It's where you hear the real truth. I really enjoy Jim and Marjorie, my lifeline in these troubling times. Tim from Foxborough says, we love Marjorie and Jim. Listen to them every day. A lot of lovely comments from people. Sustaining member, a friend of Medford. Okay. And she says, what?
I want to go back to the mug. I'm sorry.
Oh, go
I love
ahead.
these
Go
people.
ahead. Go back
This
to the
is
mug.
huge.
Well, this person's a sustaining member. He keeps buying mugs to sustain his donations.
And people have been complaining, as have we, by the way, about no mugs for like a couple of pledge cycles. People heard you here. There is a mug. It's a pretty nice one. It's a really nice one. And by the way, if you hold it in one hand, you're with Marty. You hold it with the other hand, you're with Jim. So you have an opportunity to participate in the debates. And again, it's gone in 40 minutes. Really gone. $12.50 a month, $150 all at once. So get moving if you want this thing, or don't complain. The number is 888, well, you can complain, but whatever. 888-897-9424, gbhnews.org. Welcome back to BPR 89.7 GBH. Marjorie Egan, Jim Browdy, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. We're continuing our conversation with Boston Globe business columnist and Power Play newsletter co-author Shirley Leung, sitting in front of a silver, incredibly beautiful new backdrop at the Boston Globe. Is that correct? It is lovely.
This is our renovated podcast studio.
Whoa.
So I know it's actually, it's not wrinkly. It's like a board. It's
very
and
unwrinkly.
the wavy is the sound. It's a soundboard in the back.
Very unwrinkly. It's very unwrinkly. Thank you.
So, Shirley, you wrote a great piece about this mess at this Croft School, which is a private school, and it's not cheap, $35,000 a year, but really that's about what you're paying for childcare, daycare. Things are so expensive now. But anyway, what happened?
Well, this is a story that's been unfolding since March, where the founder of the Croft School, Scott Given, at once a beloved figure, it turns out he's been keeping two sets of books and hiding millions of dollars in debt. And the school is perhaps on the verge of bankruptcy, and there are buyers circling to buy the school. There's about 600 kids there, largely elementary school through sixth grade.
And they love it, right?
They love it. He found some magical formula, small, the teachers are really good, small class sizes. The parents, they raised millions of dollars to keep it open through June. I mean, they still don't know what's going to happen if there will be a school to return to in the fall. And so, but one of the stories I wanted her to one of the things I wanted to ask about is what happens to the founder. He's alleged he's there's already been a lawsuit where accusing him of conducting a Ponzi scheme because he sold the parents these things called Croft bonds. It's like, buy these bonds, we'll invest. You can invest directly in the school, and I uncovered that he raised at least $8 million from parents. And he said this will expand the school, this will build new playgrounds and classrooms, and now people don't know where the money went.
Yeah.
And I raised the question, what's going to happen to Scott? Is he going to go to the jail, or is he, maybe he'll cop a plea and that's it, and then money is gone. And I had a chance to talk to Andrew Lelling, the former U.S. attorney, and I said, what's going to happen here? And he said, when he was a young prosecutor, I think he was taught, you got to follow the money, and you have to see if the person used the money for, to enhance their lifestyle. And so he's like, you got to show me the Lamborghini. And so that's what prosecutors. Now, we don't know if, of course, I called around to see if the Suffolk DA or the U.S. attorney or the AG is looking into investigating what happened there, and it sounds like there are questions happening. I know the school is getting some questions from the SEC, the Securities Exchange Commission, which typically works very closely with the U.S. Attorney's Office. So it seems like I'm expecting some kind of criminal charges, but I don't know if there will be real consequences for what happened.
Shirley, one last quickie from me. You mentioned that there are buyers circling around. Are they buying it to keep it as a school or to do something else?
No, they want to buy it to keep it as a school. There have been the parents have been meeting with buyers. Some of them have fallen through, but that's the parents are just hoping that something will come through soon.
We're talking to Shirley Leung. Staying with by the way, we're not here to be the flax for the Power Play newsletter, but there really were some great stories of the last couple of weeks. I love this story you did about the headline of which is how this developer helped kickstart Charlestown housing redo. And let me just jump to the middle, and you can tell the story. Is this developer is meeting with the mayor and the head of the Boston Housing Authority, former City Councilor Ken Bach, and it describes his company's corporate social responsibility initiative, where the investors prioritize public good over maximum profit. I mean,
Wow.
what a wonderful
Yeah,
thing
wow.
to hear. Tell us about this guy
Right.
and what's happening here.
So Alex Shing is the CEO of Cottonwood Group. It's a Los Angeles private equity firm, and he has investments in a bunch of projects in Boston. And he had been looking at he built he was the developer of Echelon Seaport, like really glitzy luxury condos, and so he those are the type of things he gets involved in. And then and also he bailed out the St. Regis also in the Seaport when they had some trouble. But he's been thinking about affordable housing, and he knows how hard it is to do affordable housing because it's a very complicated web involving like low income tax credits, which are hard to come by. And he says there's got to be a better way to do this. So he asked for a meeting with Mayor Wu and Kenzie Bach, the head of the Boston Housing Authority, and they were meeting at a South End coffee shop. And he loves to drink Americano, so he's like over Americanos. He's like drawing on the napkin. It's like I have this idea, if this project is $176 million, I have this initiative where I can find socially responsible investors who don't want to make the most money. They want to just do good. They want to build affordable housing. They want to support good paying jobs. And so, and I can ask them to take a slightly lower interest rate on their return on their investment. And I can, out of this, I can probably support 70%. I can give you a loan for this Bunker Hill project, which is owned by the city of Boston. It's a big affordable housing and market rate housing. I mean, they're trying to do both. And so, but he's like, but I need someone to come in with some equity, in the deal, and maybe about $50 million. And it turns out the city had started to think about that. How do we get housing going in the city of Boston, given that the market conditions aren't favorable for developers, high interest rate, high cost of construction? And so kind of these two things came together. Stars really aligned, right? And so the city ended up having this fund, putting $50 million down. Alex came in with a loan of $122 million. And last week they had a groundbreaking, and I think they're going to be able to build 266 units of housing in about 18 months. It's pretty impressive.
That's great.
Shirley, who wrote the piece? Was it you? I think in the business section of the Globe, well, obviously it was you, was there, about the developer who's saying, I'm not going to do Boston anymore until there's...
Oh, right.
Shirley wrote it.
So I know people at the Globe love when I make proposals for what they should do next. Why don't you have a debate between this guy who's willing to make a little less money to build affordable housing here and that guy who says Boston is not a place. Let them do a little debate in front of the Power Play newsletter.
Okay, all right. I will raise that with Alex and Jeff Candy, but I don't know if Jeff wants to have any more attention anymore.
Well,
I feel like he's in the crosshairs of the mayor. I'm not sure if he'll talk to me ever again.
We're out of time, but I want to recommend also a guy who's on our show every once in a while, former Congressman Joe Kennedy, and following in his father's footsteps and going beyond at Citizens Energy. Just read Google Shirley's story. He's doing great work. We should get him in, by the way. We talked to him last time about that wonderful project he's doing in the South in the name of his grandfather, the real RFK. So read that, and we'll talk to Joe Kennedy about it too. Shirley, it's great to see you.
Congratulations on
the newsletter.
Yeah, you guys are doing a great job. It's very fun. Thank you, Shirley Leung, Boston Globe business columnist, host of the Say More podcast.
There's also gossip in it. There's business gossip in it, too. It's great.
Yep.
It's great. Yeah.
Co-author of the Power Play newsletter with John Chesto. Okay, up next, after this pledge break, we're going to take a quick pledge break. It is Thursday, which means it is Am I the A-hole day. A couple can't agree on the proper sandwich composition due to cultural differences. One has food coming out all over the place, and one wants everything in neat 90-degree corners. We're going to ask you, are they being jerks for not compromising how one another eat lunch? That's next. Eastern Browdy, I'm Marjorie Egan. This is BPR 89.7 GBH.
It's time to support Boston Public Radio on GBH. Listener contributions pay for the program and keep it on the air. You don't have to give much to make a difference. Please make a difference by giving now at gbhnews.org or by calling 888-897-9424.
Okay, 29 minutes and 34 seconds, and the mug you've been asking for ages, which is back, disappears. $12.50 a month, $150 all at once, 29 more minutes, and there's no more mug. And you get it by calling 888-897-9424, gbhnews.org. Tim in Milton got one. It says, I'm going to get this mug and then drink out of it with two hands right down the middle. And then another anonymous texter raised an interesting question. Please clarify. If I were to drink from the Jim side of the mug, I'd be publicly showing the Marjorie side. From which side do we drink to indicate support? I do not want to make a mistake. I can answer that. The answer is, give us $150 and I'll let you know. Okay? Is that a deal? 888-897-9424, gbhnews.org.
Yeah, it is only available until 1 o'clock today, and that is only less than a half hour away. It is very attractive. We just saw it up on the screen there.
It's great, actually.
Anonymous texter wants to know, my two questions will undoubtedly qualify me for your last segment today. First, did you read this one?
No, I didn't.
If you hold the mug in your right hand, which most of us do you support Marjorie or Jim?
Jim.
Second, if I donate more, can I get a mug with Marjorie on both sides?
No, the answer.
I am an addicted listener. So here's the deal. Thank you very much for all those texts, and thank you very much for the one we sent before. This one really moved me. I'm a sustaining member, increasing my donation to help GBH keep bringing programming that other networks do not want to make.
Fabulous.
I've watched and listened to GBH since I was a kid, and I want future generations to enjoy it too. Also, I'll be honest, I can't resist the mug, LOL. So anyway, 888-897-9424, gbhnews.org.
Welcome back to BPR and GBH and NEPM. Marjorie Egan, Jim Browdy, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. Okay, Marjorie's favorite segment. It's time for Am I the A-Hole? Another domestic dispute. Today, the prompt comes from the Guardian's You Be the Judge column, where a woman, Carol, is sick of her Scandinavian boyfriend. His name is Lucas. His penchant for open-faced sandwiches, and so am I. She's a two-slice-of-bread kind of sandwich woman. Listen to this. Here's a quote from my friend Carol. Food should not be falling out while you eat a sandwich. Your hands shouldn't be sticky with sauce. With Lucas, the boyfriend, there's always something escaping, cheese, sauce, fillings, and he just accepts it. The same thing happens with tacos. I've tried to show him, says Carol, how to fold one properly, but he overfills it, folds it into sort of a log, and everything spills out. How right she is. The lines are open. Is there a proper way to eat a sandwich? Are open-faced sandwiches ever acceptable? Or is Carol being a little overbearing when she forces her boyfriend to change his cultural ways for her? The number's 877-301-8970. Who's the bigger a-hole? Carol, who demands a two-piece of bread sandwich, or Lucas, who demands an open sandwich with just one slice? Who's the a-hole, Marjorie?
I would say the girlfriend in this particular
Why?
case. Because she's really uptight. She wants everything neat.
I've never seen you eat a sandwich without two pieces of bread.
Well,
Ever.
I'm not, well, we're not sure if he's from Norway or Scandinavia. There seems to be some confusion.
Norway is Scandinavia.
Is it Norway is Scandinavia?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, Scandinavian.
He's
Thank
from
you
Norway
very much.
and Scandinavia.
He's from Norway and Scandinavia. Well, that's why I was confused.
Oh, my God.
That's right.
Oh, my
Norway is a Scandinavian country.
Do you
Is
live
that
in
correct?
Boston or the United States?
Okay, Norway is a Scandinavian
Yes,
country.
go ahead.
But she's talking about how she wants everything neat. She wants everything restrained. She wants everything contained. I mean, he talks about how he has this Norwegian or Scandinavian or whatever it is cheese slicer called the Osterhovel.
Osterflögel.
Oh.
It's the Osterflögel.
In which he slices the cheese so it fits neatly on the bread. Now he points out that a lot of people in these Scandinavian, Norwegian countries, they have oval-shaped bread
Exactly.
instead of rectangular bread or square bread. So the Norwegian cheese slicer, the Osterhovel, doesn't fit exactly onto the bread, but he likes all the cheese to cover every corner.
Can I say one thing about Lucas?
Who doesn't want the cheese to cover every corner?
One thing about Lucas. A-hole is what Lucas is. Listen to this guy. The idea, this is what Lucas says, the idea of this is the open sandwich guy. The idea of always needing two slices of bread feels excessive. And listen to this. If I'm making an open sandwich, this is what he says. No way, it's true. I cut the bread thicker so it's more similar to what she is used to. If you want it thicker, then put it on 2 slices of bread like Carol has. So Marjorie thinks the a-hole is the woman who believes a sandwich, which is what it is, has 2 pieces of bread. I believe the a-hole is the misguided boyfriend who is in favor of the open sandwich because he's from either Norway or Scandinavia, according to Marjorie. One of the two.
That's right. He's from one of the two. I'm not sure where he's from. But here's the thing. He says he likes the good things in life.
Yeah.
And he wants lots of filling in his sandwich.
Yeah.
I mean, lots of people.
Put
that's
it on
the important
neatly
part.
and then put a piece of bread on top.
Yeah. Well, if you don't have the second piece of bread, it seems like you have more filling because you have less bread. He says he wants more cheese. Who doesn't want more
What did you just say? More filling because there's less bread?
Yes.
Put as much filling as you want in it and then slap another piece of bread on top of it.
Because if you're interested in the filling, you don't necessarily want to have 2 pieces of bread. Aren't you worried about carbohydrates all the time?
You know what I do? In all seriousness, I buy at Whole Foods thinner sliced bread, which not only has fewer calories, but so that the bread content ratio is exactly as I want it to be.
Well, some people like thick bread, and this Norwegian Scandinavian guy,
Yeah.
he likes the thick bread, and he likes...
He is so upset. You didn't read this part. He is so upset with Carol, who's his lover, that he moved from Norway to Scandinavia. I mean, how angry must, thank you, how angry must this guy be? He
That's
must
right.
be out of his mind.
He confused me because he said he grew up in Norway, but that he was
Exactly.
Scandinavian.
Exactly.
So I thought maybe it
No,
was
I
a
see
country
your
I
point.
missed. I
Okay,
missed there.
fine.
But in any case, listen. Let him make his damn sandwich the way he wants to make his damn sandwich. That's the thing. If he wants to make his sandwich,
Except it's not a
'cause
sandwich.
He's from Norway.
It's not a sandwich.
Well, so what?
Then don't call it a sandwich.
The issue.
Don't call it a sandwich.
The issue is not the sandwich, whether you call it a sandwich. The issue for her, she doesn't like the sauce dripping down on her hand. She doesn't like any sticky with sauce kind of thing.
Neither do I.
This woman is like a neatnik. You know, a lot of people are messy when they eat. You don't have to go out to a restaurant and, if you're having something expensive or it's a fancy dancy thing.
Yeah.
He's sitting at home in his kitchen making the sandwich the way his mother made it for him when he was in Norway or Scandinavia.
Can I say 2 words to you? Nice try. Now, if you were effective at your argument, you would have quoted the first anonymous texter who says the girlfriend, who Marjorie thinks is the a-hole, Carol, is not very hygge. Now, I don't think hygge is Norwegian. I think it's Swedish or Swiss or something.
Is that
But it
Scandinavia
is.
too?
It is.
Switzerland is not.
Scandinavia.
Switzerland is not Scandinavia. We know that much. How do you say Osterhovel?
Let's go to Jenna in the car. Who's the a-hole, Jenna? Hello.
Hi. So I would say that Carol definitely is. Maybe this guy is trying to cut down on his carbs, right?
Maybe.
And I oftentimes, when I go out, will ask for, a veggie burger with just the bottom bun and all the fixings. And if it's messy, then use a fork and knife. I'm assuming they have utensils.
Yes, they
But
do
the
in Scandinavia.
They have forks
The
in
one
Norway,
comment I
but
really
not
wanted-
Scandinavia. Go ahead. Sorry. How many times can we butcher this joke? Keep going, Jen. I'm sorry.
No, the comment that I made to your screener was that if this is the only thing that this particular couple has to worry or argue about, please sign me up for that relationship.
Well, that's actually that's like a very huge kind of reaction to this. Thank you, Jenna, for an excellent call.
It does make me suspicious of this whole thing.
What's suspicious?
Well, this is in The Guardian, and I love The Guardian.
Guardian's really
But, I
good.
mean, are you really going to invest this much time and worry over whether somebody has a sandwich with 2 pieces of bread or 1 piece of bread? Some of these people really, they should
Can I
there's a
explain
bigger
something to you
problem.
as clearly as possible? I have no problem if I'm with somebody and they want a dish with 1 piece of bread. All I'm asking is don't call it what it's not. It's not a sandwich. And if you don't call it a sandwich,
Then why don't you call it a half sandwich?
it's not because it's not a half sandwich. It's a piece of bread with crap on top of it, which is not a sandwich. because a sandwich means there's two pieces of bread with stuff in the middle. I'll leave it at that.
Did you read what John from Boxford said?
No, what did he say?
It's rather hostile.
What did he say?
Rather violent.
What did he say?
Guys who eat open-faced sandwiches need an open fist slap across the face.
Wow.
That's my idea of hygge.
Wow.
Hygge.
That's some tough talk from
You should
John
explain.
Boxford.
You should explain what hygge is.
It's not hygge, by the way. And by the way, don't. I think it's Danish. Didn't we have a Danish woman
know.
who said we were mispronouncing it? Which I think I know better than the Danes. But in any case,
What is it, though?
hygge is
It's
just like a feeling of
and
coziness and comfort.
And you're in a Scandinavian country with the fireplace and your slippers and your warm.
Most people, if you watch videos of people practicing, I don't know if the verb is practicing hygge, generally they are rubbing a two-breaded sandwich over their naked bodies. Generally, not always, but generally. Dickens sandwich you are speaking of. You're next. Hello there, Dick.
Hey, how are you?
We're excellent, thank you.
Good. I was calling because I am from Sandwich.
Exactly.
And one thing you learn when you're in Sandwich
Wow.
is that the sandwich was named after the Earl of Sandwich in England because he used to eat his meat in between two slices of bread.
Amen. End of discussion.
Okay.
End of.
So.
Thank you, Dick. That was
So
excellent.
Dick from Sandwich, is that a disqualifier right away? You can't say, "Oh, I think he hung up." You can't say you prefer your sandwiches with just one piece of bread. You won't call it a sandwich.
No, because if the Earl of Sandwich wanted open-faced sandwiches, he would have invented the open-faced sandwich. Did he? No. No, we got to take a break.
The reason he likes it is because he likes more filling in the inside. He likes to emphasize.
You can
the
add,
filling.
excuse me, I used to go to the Carnegie Delicatessen every day I was in New York City. It's as big as your head, but then on top of the filling, you just put another piece of bread.
Okay, we have to stop now because we have to take a
Sorry.
quick pledge break. We'll be right back. Pledge break. We'll be right back.
When something happens in the news, you want to hear about it from people you trust. Jim and Marjorie have been trusted news voices in New England for years, and for over a decade, they've been right here on GBH every weekday at 11 a.m. So whatever happens out there, at the courthouse, the state house, or your hometown, you can trust Jim and Marjorie to unpack it, talk it over, and bring in an expert or two to tell you more, all without commercial interruptions, thanks to your support. So help keep the conversation going. Pitch in now by calling 888-897-9424 or giving online at gbhnews.org.
Well, that was a very nice little setup there. Very nice. 888-897-9424, gbhnews.org. The gbhnews.org is how you can give securely. And obviously, the other one is if you want to call by phone. We have this great mug, brand new enticement for $12.50 a month. And that's what we prefer. We prefer monthly givers because you're sustainers. You get all these little treats if you're a sustainer. And you get the mug, more important, which is only available until 1 o'clock today. So here's the deal with the mug. It says on one side, it's all blue. I'm with Marjorie on this one, meaning the topic of debate for the moment. And the other side, it's all green, saying I'm with Jim on this one, whatever the topic of debate is. And it's kind of an attractive. Oh, there you see it. If you're watching on YouTube,
It's
you can
really
see it on the screen. Very attractive, very attractive. Carla from Seattle says she's so glad the mugs are back. Marjorie Girl Forever at Team Marjorie. That's right.
Read the anonymous text beyond above that.
Hey, you can keep the mug. I've already got I'm with Marjorie tattooed on my body.
Okay.
Oh my goodness, that's a good one.
You
But
sent
anyway,
that, Jamie. In any case, 888-897-9424, gbhnews.org. I'm telling you, this is not BS. Listeners have been complaining that the mug wasn't part of the pledge thing. It is today. It disappears in 16 minutes. 888-897-9424, gbhnews.org. Welcome back to BPR. Jim Browdy and Marjorie Egan. We're streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. This is a pretty simple one. There is this woman, Carla, who's very upset that her Scandinavian boyfriend, who before he moved to Scandinavia, used to live in Norway, and he does open-faced sandwiches, he calls them. She thinks it's disgusting. The meat comes out of it, the cheese falls out, etc. I think he is the a-hole. Marjorie thinks the woman who uses two slices of bread, which is the definition of a sandwich, is the a-hole. Why? Because she's inflexible? Why do you think she's the a-hole?
one of the texters just points out, what's an open-faced sandwich, Jim?
What?
What's an open-faced sandwich?
Exactly.
It's a variation of a sandwich.
No, it is not.
So you want a closed-faced 2 pieces of bread sandwich, or you want
No,
an
excuse me.
open-faced?
You don't need to say a closed-faced sandwich because 2 pieces of bread is a sandwich.
Right, but since
it's redundant.
Open-faced sandwich is also a sandwich, Jim.
Can I tell you something? I went to high school with the Earl of Sandwich, the guy who called about the sandwich before.
Mike from Marblehead wants to know
Yeah.
if you put another slice of bread on your bruschetta, Jim. How about your avocado toast?
What? No, what?
Okay.
By the way,
877
excuse me. Well, that is the perfect thing. You thought you got me on that? How many people have ever called avocado toast a sandwich or bruschetta a sandwich? Has anyone ever called either of those a sandwich?
I know an awful lot of people who talk about an open-faced turkey sandwich or an open-faced whatever sandwich.
Yeah.
How does he eat a hot dog? One of the texter wants to know. This could be the question you must answer to determine if they should even stay together.
Let's go to Jeff on the road. Jeff, welcome to the show. How are you?
I'm okay. How are you?
Good.
So a sandwich, one piece of bread can be a sandwich. My grandfather ate one piece of bread sandwiches all the time.
There you go. Thank you, Jeff.
A wrap is a sandwich. That has one piece of bread.
No, it's not.
A pita pocket is a sandwich.
No,
that
it's
has
not.
one piece of bread.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. A hot dog, by the way, in a bun is a sandwich.
No, it's not. Now, let me ask you, I usually don't
Jeff
disclose
is
these
correct,
things.
and
Jeff,
you are
No,
incorrect.
I want Jeff to stay because he has very strong opinions. Jeff, I made a broiled salmon last night. Would you call that a sandwich? Because you wanted. Oh, wait a second. I had a piece of toast for breakfast. No, I had
put it on a piece of bread.
No, but it was in the same room as a piece of toast. Would that be a sandwich?
Well, so just having in the same room doesn't make any difference. That's like saying that everything in your kitchen is a sandwich because you have a loaf of bread there.
Exactly.
Well,
and what
I thought
is
that
an
was your position.
Open-faced sandwich.
It's not a sandwich, is
An
what it is.
Sandwich is a sandwich. It's a sandwich with one piece of bread.
Exactly.
And if you want to eat it with a knife and fork, go ahead, eat it with a knife and fork. Or you can pick it up with the piece of bread.
Jeff, you are really a strong-willed soul. Thank you for your call. You're wrong-headed.
This poor guy.
But you're...
This poor guy. Listen to what she complains about.
Yeah.
I dice the vegetables neatly, with restraint. He leaves the vegetables in large chunks because he wants to feel them, and I feel annoyed. I mean, I think this woman has some serious problems.
By the way,
here.
when you want your vegetables diced, do you want them in chunks? No. Who wants them in chunks? You don't say to somebody, "Oh, excuse me, if you have a minute, could you chunk the vegetables for me?" You say, "Can you dice the vegetables for me? Because I'm busy preparing a sandwich with 2 pieces of bread."
I can't believe they've been together for 12 years. This is what they fight about. How much stuff he puts on his sandwich and the fact that he puts the cheese so it overlaps the sandwich because everybody loves cheese.
Can I tell you something? My favorite sandwich, I'm going to admit this, which is going to be really,
That's what
really
they cut cheese
painful
with.
for me. Do you know what my favorite sandwich is at the Newsfeed Cafe?
The Marjorie sandwich.
It is. I have to admit it. It shows how honest I am.
Yeah, that's right.
One of the reasons I love it.
Lots of cheese.
One of the reasons I love it is because neither the cheese nor the chicken ever extends beyond the bread. Ever. I mean, in fact, if you were to take the top
think
piece
that's a
of
little
bread
anal,
off,
Jim.
because it's the same. Well, I'm like Carol here. You know what happens? You will find the cheese and the chicken to perfectly meet the contours of the bread. They're 2 pieces of bread because it's a sandwich. That's what you learn.
Okay.
Okay.
I think it's some people would say they would love to have that sandwich if there were a little bit of chicken or turkey or cheese sticking out the side.
Never. Sticking out to me is not a sandwich. If you're sticking out, maybe they do that in Scandinavia or Norway, but they do not do that in this country.
Okay.
You come to this country, you comply with our cultural habits. Or
Anne
whatever
from
that
Somerville,
expression is.
thank you for calling. What
Hello,
do you
Anne.
think?
I'm sorry. Hello, Anne.
Is that me?
Yes.
If you're Anne,
Hello?
it's you. Yeah.
Hi.
Hello.
So I'm a long-time, first-time.
We love
My
that.
husband has spent time living in Norway, aka
Oh.
Scandinavia.
Yeah.
And when we were there, no one ever had stuff spilling out of their open-faced sandwich because it was very restrained what you put on top of it.
Oh, really?
So my take on this is that he is becoming American. He's got to have more of everything. If you ordered a large drink in Norway, it was actually the size of a medium here.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
So I think
terrifying.
he's becoming more American, and he doesn't want the calories of more bread.
Now, Anne, how long have you been listening to the show?
Oh gosh, then
How many
10
years?
years, 20
okay,
years.
10 years. How do you feel about the fact that the first call you've ever made was about whether or not an open-faced sandwich is a sandwich or not? How does that make you feel?
It makes me feel like I'm contributing.
Exactly.
And I
That
have
is
to say that I need to offer up to my husband can help train you in saying Scandinavian words. He speaks fluent Norwegian.
Wow.
Reads Swedish,
and
Danish.
and don't go away.
We can help you.
We're going to put you on hold. We're going to get your contact info, and we're going to talk to your husband in the next week or two and try to get some of those words down pat. That's a great offer. Thanks for an excellent first call. That's Ann from Somerville.
Carol wants to know if they're out of bread. Is that why they're having this big discussion? If not, just
no, because she
let
has
the girlfriend just stick another piece of bread on top and stop whining. Jim says another texter, Eggs Benedict is basically an open-faced sandwich. There's nothing wrong with an open-faced sandwich. And several texters say you eat an open-faced sandwich with a knife and fork. And Earl from Marlborough says all four of his grandparents were born in Sweden. My favorite sandwich is an open-faced, chunky peanut butter and raspberry preserves sandwich.
Let me ask a
one piece
question.
of bread.
You read one of those texts in allegedly support of your position. You've been around a while. Is that a fair statement?
while.
A while. Okay.
I tell you.
How many times? Tell me exactly. How many times have you been with someone who ordered breakfast and said, "I would like an eggs Benedict sandwich, please"? Have you ever heard that once in your whole life? No.
I don't believe
why,
so.
And why is that?
But
because
I do.
It's not
But
a
have
sandwich.
have you eaten an open-faced peanut butter and jelly sandwich, or peanut butter banana sandwich, or just plain?
You really
peanut
want
butter?
the honest answer?
You
You're looking for an
have.
honest
You
answer?
have.
No, I will tell you what happened.
Yep.
Someone threatened me one time and said, if you do not eat that open-faced sandwich, horrible things could befall you and the people you love. So I said, under those circumstances, and I ate it, but I ate it under great duress. So it was not something I wanted to
Jim.
do.
Jill in the car,
What do you
thank you for
Jim?
calling.
Hello, Jill.
Jill, hi. Thank you for
Hello,
calling.
Jill. Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Multi-time caller, multi-time listener.
Thank
Been
you.
listening for about 10 years also.
Good.
Love you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I just wanted to let you know my grandmother came from Norway.
Oh.
She has always eaten an open-faced sandwich.
There you go.
And not only do they do that, because they're very health conscious with eating a lot of fish, they also, but in comparison, they also put butter on all their sandwiches.
Ooh, I
Whether
love
it's
that.
Peanut butter and jelly.
Love that.
Really?
Tuna fish, BLT, no matter what it is, you put butter first, then you put whatever you're making the sandwich with.
Well, that, by the way, you must be Norwegian, Marjorie, if that's the criterion.
I'm not
Excellent
Norwegian,
call, Jill.
but I do love that idea of putting butter all over everything because you can never have enough butter. Here's a texter who says the woman in the relationship is absolutely the a-hole. The world is a dumpster fire, and she's worried about how her man is eating his sandwiches. Seriously? There you go.
Okay, time's up, Marjorie. The show's over.
Oh. Whoops. Okay,
Our
the
colleagues
show's
are going to
over.
do one last pitch for the mug, but we have to give them
On GBH 89.7, and it is 12:55, and this is our spring membership drive. It is your opportunity to support Boston Public Radio. It's been going great. It's easy to give. gbhnews.org or 888-897-9424. The mug, Maeve Buckley is going to tell you about the mug. I'm Sonia Lee, but here's the deal.
This is the deal. We've got just under 5 minutes left to go to ask for the new Boston Public Radio mug as our thanks for that gift of $12.50 per month as a sustaining member. If you've been waiting for this mug, now is the time to ask for it. You can show off that you're a fan of Jim and Marjorie and Boston Public Radio. It's black. It's got artwork that looks like a couple of political campaign buttons. And of course, it's got slogans. One side of the mug says, I'm with Marjorie on this one. Well, the other side of the mug says, I'm with Jim on this one. It's the perfect way to share your stance on any topic as you listen to the show. Time is running out, though. Just about closer to 4 minutes left to go to ask for this new Boston Public Radio mug as our thanks. It is gone for the rest of the drive when the show ends at 1 o'clock. 888-897-9424 or ask for it when you give online at gbhnews.org.
And to stay on track and end the show successfully, 15 contributions. That's what we're looking for. We're looking for 15 fans of Boston Public Radio to show up and show their support, making a financial contribution to ensure that this radio show, that this station stays on the air and available to all. We know we need it right now, so please give as generously as you can, especially if you're big fans of Jim and Marjorie. 15 contributions in the next 4 minutes. gbhnews.org, 888-897-9424.
And becoming a new member of GBH makes you part of a larger cause. When you support GBH, you make a statement that goes beyond one person's thirst for knowledge. You're joining a large and vibrant community of people who believe this station is an important part of what makes Boston special and relevant. Make that gift right now, 888-897-9424, or you can enroll as a new member online at gbhnews.org.
And be sure to pick up the brand new mug. Everybody's been waiting. When is going to be the new BPR mug? Well, it is finally here. Give $12.50 a month, support the station, and we're going to thank you with the mug. It's got the artwork is great, couple of campaign slogan buttons, and of course there are slogans. One side of the mug says, I'm with Marjorie. The other side says, I'm with Jim on this one. It is a perfect way to share your stance on any topic as you listen to the show. You got 3 minutes, though. This is it. 3 minutes to go. $12.50 a month, a one-time gift of $150, and you're supporting the station and getting the mug. You might even want to get two, so there's no fighting. I've been seeing a lot of people get two mugs, so you can do that. gbhnews.org, 888-897-9424.
And you'll be helping us reach our goal. We're down to just 11 more people we're looking to hear from in the next couple of minutes to wrap up Boston Public Radio today. So important that we hit these goals to keep us on track for the overall goal in this spring membership drive. All gifts are welcome and make a huge difference. Just 11 more people we're looking to hear from in the next couple of minutes here. 888-897-9424 or make your gift online at gbhnews.org.
And you probably pay for streaming services, cable channels you don't use as often as GBH. Well, unlike those services, we don't have a paywall. The news and programs, Boston Public Radio, they are available freely to everyone. But we do ask you to support it because we're listener supported. So become a sustaining member. You pick that monthly amount. We suggest giving $12.50 a month to get that mug because you only got a couple minutes left. And you can help meet the goal. We got now just 6 more people. gbhnews.org or 888-897-9424. Maeve, do they still have time to get the mug?
Just a couple moments here, but if you get that call started or that online gift started, you can get the new Boston Public Radio mug, but you gotta make that call right now. It's available right now, 888-897-9424. Ask for it. You make that gift of $12.50 per month or one-time gift of $150 all at once. You can also give online at gbhnews.org.
From the stories of centuries past to discoveries that will define our future, How Did We Get Here's how-tos and more. Journey with us down the rabbit hole on the Curiosity Desk. Coming up next on GBH 89.7.
Support for GBH comes from you.
And MIT Federal Credit Union. Their mortgages are built around their members with personalized guidance. Memberships open to the public. More at mitfcu.org. Federally insured by NCUA. NMLS number 39923. And Harvard Museums of Science and Culture. 4 museums a short walk from Harvard Square, with exhibits ranging from stunning glass flowers to ancient Egyptian mummy cases. Learn more at hmsc.harvard.edu.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. Today on the Curiosity Desk, well, smear campaigns have existed for centuries, but not like this. After years of back and forth and millions of dollars in legal fees, actress Blake Lively and director Justin Baldoni have settled things out of court just weeks before jury selection. Now, what has not been resolved is whether a PR agency has a right to pose as everyday people, seeding misogynist narratives across platforms to try and silence accusers. And with Mother's Day this Sunday, we're taking the opportunity to celebrate the underappreciated matriarchs of the animal world, moms of the sea, moms of the land, and of the skies above us. Even the moms who occasionally, or not so occasionally, abandon their young. That's all ahead this hour on the Curiosity Desk.
Live from NPR News, I'm Lakshmi Singh. The Trump administration is waiting to hear if Iran accepts its conditions for ending the war that the U.S. and Israel initiated more than 2 months ago. President Trump has demanded that a deal must include Iran's agreement to halt uranium enrichment and fully reopen the Strait of Hormuz, where hundreds of ships and thousands of mariners from around the world are stranded. Shipping data firm Lloyd's List Intelligence said today that Iran has created an agency to approve transit and collect tolls from shipping in the key global trade route. World oil prices are now hovering around $100 a barrel, down slightly. U.S. gas prices still surging due to a combination of factors, the war as well as seasonal demand. We're just a few weeks out from the start of summer driving season. National average we see is now around $4.56. Even if the U.S. and Iran agree to end the war, economists warn it could take some time for the price of gasoline and other goods to come down. Here's NPR's Windsor Johnston.
As energy costs rise, so do the prices of many products people use every day. Supply chain expert Jason Miller says items made with plastic, chemicals, or industrial materials are especially vulnerable.
Think about a can of WD-40. Your paints, any type of chemicals, soaps, and things of that sort will be more expensive now. Any type of plastic product. So if you look around your house, you may have some plastic storage, things of that sort.
Miller says the impact is showing up far beyond fuel prices because many global household goods depend on petroleum-based materials and global shipping networks that remain under strain. Windsor Johnston, NPR News, Washington.
NPR has learned that campaign staffers have bet on their own candidates and made thousands of dollars on prediction markets. In this exclusive report, NPR's Luke Garrett tells us these staffers use inside campaign information to bet with an edge and win big.
2 campaign staffers granted anonymity for fear of retribution said the method is simple. Campaign staffers would get an unreleased poll, use it to buy advantageous event contracts, and then sell their contracts once the poll was released and their contract price soared. One staffer admitted to doing this themselves. They won thousands, and their bet was verified by prediction market data reviewed by NPR. Current law bars prediction market bettors from using insider information to make money. But former commissioner at the Commodities Future Trading Commission, Kristen Johnson, doubted that the agency could police, quote, election positions. These bets raise serious questions about how campaign operatives can turn private information into a quick payday amid an unsettled legal landscape for prediction markets. Luke Garrett, NPR News, Washington.
From Washington, this is NPR News.
And from the GBH Radio Newsroom in Boston, I'm Judy Ewell. Boston police say a 14-year-old boy is under arrest after a girl was shot in Dorchester last night. Police say the victim is also a juvenile. They're hospitalized with non-life-threatening injuries. Neighbor Donald Moore says he was shocked by the violence.
Yeah, because Ewell is quite street. Ewell is quite no whole lot of noise and stuff like that. Just cars passing just like it is now.
Police say officers took the 14-year-old into custody after finding a loaded semi-automatic pistol in his backpack near the crime scene. The teenager faces gun charges in Dorchester District Court. State police are discussing how to prevent deadly wrong-way crashes as they mourn the loss of one of their own. 30-year-old trooper Kevin Traynor was struck and killed by a wrong-way driver on Route 1 in Linfield early yesterday. State Police Colonel Jeffrey Noble says they were working to stop wrong-way drivers before the fatal crash.
We are aware and tracking the issue of wrong-way drivers here in the Commonwealth. And I can assure you there's an active conversation going on with the state police and our public safety and highway safety partners on doing whatever we can to address those concerns.
The accused driver, Hernan Marrero, was also killed. People are leaving flowers at a memorial for Trooper Traynor outside the state police headquarters in Danvers, and the crash remains under investigation. In sports, the Red Sox play the Rays at home tonight. Mostly sunny, highs in the 60s this afternoon. Clear skies tonight, lows in the 40s. Sunny tomorrow, highs in the 60s. Showers on Saturday, partly sunny on Sunday. Weekend highs in the low 70s right now, just 61 in Boston. This is GBH.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include EBSCO, committed to providing perpetual access to print and digital books for libraries and the communities they serve. Learn more at ebsco.com. And the listeners who support this NPR station.
Welcome to the Curiosity Desk on GBH 89.7. I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. We are streaming live at youtube.com/GBH News. Well, after a controversial, years-long legal battle, actors Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni have settled out of court. Now, if you're not already in the know, the basics, I think-ish, are in December of 2024, Blake Lively sued Justin Baldoni for sexual harassment in the workplace on the set of the film It Ends With Us. Among other things, Justin Baldoni responded with a defamation lawsuit of his own. Now, the whole thing got a lot of attention online, and in many ways, the digital space was the battlefield. Now, whatever your opinion or lack thereof of this particular instance of Hollywood drama, it is the latest high-profile example of how PR firms and internet trolls can shape public opinion, even ruin reputations in the digital age. And it once again raises questions about whether our legal system is equipped to offer victims any real chance at recourse. So with us in studio now to talk about that is Joan Donovan. Joan is the founder of the Critical Internet Studies Institute and a BU Assistant Professor of Journalism and Emerging Media Studies, a Curiosity Desk contributor, and, of course, the co-creator of the beaver emoji. Joan, welcome back. Great to see you.
Very happy to be here. Beautiful day, too.
It is a nice day here in Boston, isn't it?
I mean, we got to get them when we can get them.
Yeah, enjoy it while you can. Okay. Let's talk a little bit. I mean, I did in that intro, I think I tried to encapsulate a bit of this, but what happened in this case broadly, and why are we talking about it this week?
Yeah, so I think this case perfectly encapsulates what you were saying earlier about this being a really big deal for the law to get involved in. There's a lot of twists and turns. We're not going to get into all the details, but it begins with the movie being cast and Blake Lively taking a position and Justin Baldoni being the director, as well as a partner in the Wayfair production company. So,
and that's the production company that was making the film.
Yeah. Exactly. So throughout the filming and whatnot, Blake Lively had made some complaints, and those weren't being dealt with, and particularly around sexual harassment. And so the case really breaks open when she goes to the New York Times because they've uncovered a stash of text messages between lawyers and the crisis PR firm that Baldoni is hired to ensure that his reputation is managed through this crisis. What we know about the firm, though, that he hired, the agency group, is they were also hired by Johnny Depp during the Amber Heard trial. And so there was a lot of accusations at the time and evidence of media manipulation on YouTube, pumping up his side of the story, and then also injecting some strange details about Amber Heard that started to bubble up on other platforms and other places. And so when we're looking at this kind of stuff as media manipulation, of course, the big question became, well, did this PR firm, the agency group, manipulate the internet, including Reddit and other spaces, to make it seem more sympathetic to Baldoni and less sympathetic to
And this is when
Lively.
your antenna go up, right?
Yeah.
'Cause you're like, okay, now we're in my territory
Yes.
here. Let's...
Yeah. And it's hard because online, women are reviled. It's a dangerous world for women online. And so it's not easy to separate the medium level BS from manipulation. And so, long story short, the case gets whittled down to a couple of charges for retaliation. And then the big question becomes, can an employer retaliate against you by utilizing the internet to, concoct stories or to plant certain details? And so the agency group, once I started looking into them and I made the connection back to Depp, I then started looking forward to understand what else they might be doing. And so the agency group is also involved in a case with Rebel Wilson, who is another beloved actress. She was in Perfect Pitch. And she was filming a movie called The Deb in Australia. She got into some complaints from a colleague named Amber Ghost. And what we have then is a leaked audio that's been out there from the agency group where they're actually planning to take down Rebel Wilson's co-star.
We have a little of that audio. So this is, as Joan was just saying, this is leaked audio. I think this was initially obtained by The Hollywood Reporter. And this is a person named Jed Wallace, kind of known as a digital fixer. And here he is instructing his team on the kind of narrative that they can, theoretically put out there against this producer, Amanda Ghost. Let's listen to a little of this.
Basically, what we need to do is we need to create a path where we expose Amanda Ghost as like the new Heidi Fleiss. Like the reason why she sucks so bad at music is because she's actually getting hookers for Vlatnik, right? And that's what she does. She's an absolute madam, and that's why she's so lethal. Blah blah blah. But he's right. Like we can't just do like, oh, she's a bitch, she sucks. It's like it's got to be really, really heavy and connected to something that heavy.
Yikes.
Yeah, so that exact analogy...
And that's him just making this up whole cloth, saying,
so,
here's a way we could ruin her reputation.
So what they did was they created a website, amandaghostsucks.com, and you can look it up on the Wayback Machine, and it does make this comparison to Heidi Fleiss, and it just reeks, of somebody whose culture was cut from the 90s. None of my students knew who Heidi Fleiss was.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, that's a bit of a deep cut. The Hollywood madam.
Yeah, if you remember the 90s, that's who Heidi Fleiss was. She was known. So you start to piece this together and you realize that there's this man, Jed Wallace, in between all of these stories who claims that he can manipulate things on the internet, he can make things trend, and Baldoni is, in these text messages, it's revealed that Baldoni has hired into the Jed Wallace and others as part of the agency group to keep up his reputation online. And one of the things that also drew me in was this consistent line. Everywhere you go on every platform, there's this claim that Blake Lively had to file for sexual harassment because she was trying to steal the movie from Baldoni as the director. And that to me is kind of ridiculous in the sense of, if you know how Hollywood works, it's a highly collaborative moment. And if someone's complaining to you that, you're getting too close or that this isn't actually passion, but I'm acting, people should take warning and back off. And I think because of who Blake Lively is, two things happened. One is she chose to pursue it. And in one of her statements, she said very clearly that she's chosen to pursue this because she has the money and she wants to know, for other women, what's going to happen if you're being retaliated against because you make a complaint. And then what is the actual mechanism that this reputation management firm is using? And so why it's important, though, for everyone else is that this doesn't just happen in Hollywood now.
Sure.
You don't need a big PR firm to make this happen.
Yeah.
And slowly but surely, we're starting to see political opportunists and others using these very same tactics of leaving these trails behind online and trying to make something different from what it is, right? And you can do that by using a lot of anonymous accounts. You can pay people to do that but it's important that when we understand media manipulation in practice, very rarely is it an isolated case. It's usually small groups of people who have figured out how to make money.
They're game in a system, too.
Exactly.
I mean, there's a system there to begin. Or you listen to the Curiosity Desk. We're talking with misinformation researcher Joan Donovan about digital smear campaigns. I do want to unpack a little bit of the nuts and bolts of this, right? So, whether it is, as we're talking about in this particular case, hiring a high-profile PR agency who's got some operatives who kind of know how to do this, or whether this is something, as you point out, that's a little bit more, and I hesitate to use the word, but kind of grassroots or whatever. How does it actually happen? I mean, are these PR people, what are they doing? Are they going on to Reddit and just saying like, hey, this person sucks, or like, how do they do it?
It's even more sophisticated because there's money involved. So a lot of times you'll see a story pop up in the Daily Mail that is somewhat verbatim the kind of press release that person would want.
Yeah.
So there was evidence that a Daily Mail story had been put together in Baldoni's favor. There was other evidence that an old clip, if you've seen this old clip where a woman comments on an interviewer comments on Lively's appearance, and what ends up happening is Lively says something back to her, and it's kind of uncomfortable. It's a weird kind of moment. It wasn't really anything until it came back many years later in the midst of this campaign to say, look at her, she's being such a jerk to everyone. And that tends to be the narrative around Lively online, is that she's, an abomination on the set and whatnot. But when you actually hear from people who are coworkers and whatnot, her colleagues, they adore working with her. So one of the challenges here in Baldoni's defamation suit was that she had called her friends, being Taylor Swift, and she'd been in the town. We all love the town, right? Shout out Charlestown.
You're not allowed to live around here if you don't love that movie. So.
Yeah. So she had been in that movie, and so she called, Matt Damon and Ben Affleck. These are her colleagues. Yeah. And they were trying, Baldoni's lawyers were trying to make it look like she was, calling in the cavalry to get him, swooped up in some other complaints. And, it's a hard thing when we're dealing with celebrities to remind ourselves sometimes that they're regular people. They go through the same thing at work that we go through, and that what happens to them can happen to us. The hard part about the law is that we still don't know what really is going to happen and what degree of evidence you need to prove that there was a media manipulation attempt.
So with this being settled out, do you wish this would have actually gone to court rather than... So one of the things we have here is that this got settled out of court, right? And I think there are certain people out there who were saying, from a legal standpoint, it wouldn't have been the worst thing for society if this did actually go to court, because we would start to see some of this actually getting adjudicated in a courtroom, because as you point out, it's not 100% clear that the law knows how to deal with this sort of digital smear campaigns have been around for a long time, and we have libel in the sense that I think, we have a certain amount of case law around that where we know in the printed media how it works, but in the digital space, I don't know, question mark?
Yeah, no, this is exactly why I think a lot of the researchers of disinformation wanted to see this part of the retaliation charges go through, because after all of the other parts of the case had been dismissed or settled, or what ends up happening is you only have these retaliation charges left, and that's what the crux of the suit was going to be. What we do have, though, is a lot of expert testimony and data that the lawyers did uncover that is, I hopefully will be released for analysis so that we can get a better sense of
the mechanics of it.
The mechanics behind it. But what we do know is that they told on themselves in their text messages. At the end of the day, the smear campaign, whether it was effective or not, or it was mixed up with other kinds of online misogyny, the intent was very clear. The intent was to bury Blake Lively.
There's a component of this that I want to talk about in that, and you sort of alluded to it a little bit when you say if you go on the Wayback Machine. So, I think there's a notion on the one hand, and it is to a certain extent true, this notion that if something is online, it is online forever. And if I post something online, it will be traced to me forever or whatever. But also hiding who is doing this is a part of this, which is possible to a certain extent in the digital space.
Yeah, and if this is your business, you are most likely running through accounts. You have burner phones. You have all kinds of ways in which you're going to hide who you are, hide how it's connected to you. But then also you delete your trails. So we started looking into the deletion tactics of media manipulators a few years ago. Colleagues of mine wrote a chapter about it. But basically what you find is that because terms of service on platforms go against this kind of behavior, media manipulators will often get the campaign moving and then they delete the traces that they were ever involved. Yeah. And if you haven't been collecting data in that minute before it got deleted, it can be gone forever. The Wayback Machine is great, but it doesn't archive everything. It'll archive screenshots, over the course of a couple of days and whatnot, but you're not going to get that real time. If it's deleted 4 hours later, it could be gone to everyone except for the platform companies. And so I do think ultimately the logs of these platform companies are going to have to come under investigation because of the way.
There's another one where it's like you look to the legal system, you say, well, like what is the thing by which a person can compel these companies to divulge this information? That seems to be something that's unclear.
Yeah, I think it's it gets back to the heart of how much anonymity can we utilize online if we're making comments in a world where you're also mixing up financial transactions and things. And so the idea that everyone is anonymous online is a bit overblown anyway. Yeah. The platforms do know who you are. They do know your former accounts. They do know, the IP addresses that you've been posting from. So they know a great deal more than the police or the end user does. And so it is going to become a bit of a pain for these companies in the long run if more and more cases of retaliation start to show up as this becomes a pretty democratized tactic across the web, smearing someone because you didn't like how they behaved to you. I mean, just recently, just one last quick example, Chapel Roan.
Yeah.
She did not tell her bodyguard to go tell an 11-year-old, to leave her alone at breakfast.
Yeah.
That didn't happen, but because of the way in which the story blew up, you would have thought she had, punched a child's dog.
Yeah.
But, so it's, these smear campaigns become really great online fodder and they create a lot of chaos. But I think also, lastly, is that with this, when we're dealing with public records and legalese, and a lot of people act as armchair experts, and we don't actually know a lot about the legal system as we go through our culture, right? Most of us have been trained up by Law and Order and Judge Judy. So unless you really do have a law degree, take it with a grain of salt that you might not understand what you're looking at when you're looking at all these court documents online.
Really quick before I let you go, Joan, because I can draw a line between these two. You when we hear you talking about this idea of like the difficulty of getting to the truth of something like this, it starts to feel like the world of politics right now. New out this week in Kentucky, we saw the first of the AI-generated deepfake campaign ads. This is something I think as the midterms heat up, we're going to be looking out for. Do you have any advice, thoughts, what we should be thinking about as we start to see this coming online?
Yeah, I think, just to be clear, Thomas Massey is not dating AOC and Ilhan Omar and cheating on his wife. That's the deepfake that had been put out by a super PAC called MAGA Kentucky. So be on the lookout for these. They're going to look like low-grade videos. They're going to look as if, it's being shot by surveillance footage or a CCTV camera.
Yeah.
It's going to be two people in an elevator. This is meant to trick you. It's meant to be something that kind of moves across your screen. You get angry about it. You think that Massey has left the Republican Party and he's a full-blown Democrat now. And that's the tactic, right? So I think everybody needs to be really skeptical about any political information, especially the stuff they garner from the internet.
Stop, look, and listen.
Exactly.
All right,
or listen to, GBH.
There you go. We've been speaking with misinformation researcher Joan Donovan. Joan's the founder of the Critical Internet Studies Institute, a BU assistant professor of journalism and emerging media studies, and a Curiosity Desk contributor. Joan, as always, thanks for being with us.
Thanks for having me, Edgar.
I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. This is the Curiosity Desk. Coming up, in honor of Mother's Day this weekend, we're going to take a trip through 3 parts of the animal kingdom and see how different animals stack up as moms. Don't go anywhere.
This is the Curiosity Desk, and today is our GBH membership drive. If you enjoy listening to Edgar and his crew as they dive into your most curious questions, consider making a contribution today. Any amount, whether it be $5, $10, or $50, supports our mission to bring you down-to-earth and interesting conversations. Enhance your own curiosity every day when you call 888-897-9424 or when you visit gbhnews.org. That's 888-897-9424 or gbhnews.org.
888-897-9424 is the number, or gbhnews.org. I'm Edgar B. Herwick III of the Curiosity Desk, in studio with Patty Daniels. Of course, federal funding for public media stations, including GBH, has been eliminated, so we are asking you to stand with GBH in this moment.
888-897-9424. Edgar, it's a pleasure to be here with you, inviting folks to join the membership drive right now. We have a special gift.
Oh, we do?
For folks pledging today.
Say more, please.
$10 a month. It's a sustaining membership, budget-friendly, and we're going to send you a thank you gift, wireless earbuds.
Hey. We're in the audio business. Not a bad way to say thanks.
You never have to fear a driveway moment. You can always take GBH with you everywhere you go. GBH branded wireless earbuds to continue your support for public radio and to keep listening to the radio you love.
888-897-9424 is the number, or gbhnews.org. The beautiful thing, if you've never given before, making a contribution during this funding drive, making a contribution right now, even as we're talking, does not take long. It is easy as could be. And by the way, you're going to feel great when you do it, especially if you've been thinking to yourself, I totally should one of these times make that contribution. You've heard the messages, you've heard pledge drives before, and you're like, I should definitely do it. How about now? It's easy to do, a quick phone call. We just need a little bit of information for you. You pick the amount that you're going to give, and then you're done. And then for the next year, you can pat yourself on the back every time you tune in to listen because you're doing your part. 888-897-9424 or gbhnews.org.
Edgar, you were mentioning the elimination of federal funding, but the good news for us and for our listeners is that public radio has always been powered by the public.
That's right.
And now more than ever, we rely on listeners like you showing up to say, this matters to me, and I'm sending you my gift, my donation now. And when you do, at a $10 a month, may I suggest $10 a month contribution, we'll be glad to thank you with GBH earbuds, so you can always take your favorite radio station with you everywhere you go.
That's 888-897-9424 or gbhnews.org, and thanks. You are listening to the Curiosity Desk on GBH. I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. We're streaming live at youtube.com/GBH News. Well, Mother's Day is coming up on Sunday, and as humans, we have a lot to thank our moms for. One, bringing us into the world, in many cases teaching us right from wrong, always being there for us when we need it. But the holiday got us curious about mothers in other species. Like, how do they treat their young? Are they different from us? Are they very different from us? So to help us get to the bottom of that, we're going to speak with 3 animal experts. Starting in the ocean, we're going to move to land and then to the sky. So we're going to start, as I said, in the ocean. And joining us now to talk about sharks and motherhood is Sarah Tempesta, the manager of interactive exhibits at the one and only New England Aquarium. Sarah, welcome to the Curiosity Desk.
Hi, thank you. I'm excited to be here.
Yeah, we're excited to have you. All right, so sharks and motherhood. Good mothers, bad mothers, or is that not the way to even be thinking about it? Let's not put a value judgment on it.
Yeah, I think that's how I think about it. I definitely say they are different mothers from humans for sure. So in general, sharks don't really provide parental care for their offspring after birth, but that doesn't mean that they're bad moms. Um, so they actually put in a lot of effort up front to make sure that their offspring come out fully formed and developed and ready to be independent once they're born. So during pregnancy and gestation, those offspring really get, fully developed. And once they're born, they're like miniature adults. So they're able to be independent, to find food on their own, and to really survive in nature without any help from their parents. Mom also does put in effort to try to find suitable birthing locations for the offspring. So they'll often find spaces like sort of more sheltered nursery areas that might be safer for their offspring to, get used to the world.
So, what happened? Like, do they lay an egg? Do they birth a little shark and then do they swim away? Like, I mean, like, how independent are we talking about here?
Yeah, so sharks have a few different reproductive strategies depending on the species. So some sharks will give live birth. So sort of similar to humans, where they'll actually have like a placental connection with their offspring. But that's sort of the more rare form. There's some sharks that will deposit eggs. And so the shark embryo has everything it needs in that egg case that's outside in the environment, develops in the egg and then hatches. And then there's sort of a middle strategy where the mom will have eggs within their body. The eggs will hatch and then further develop within mom's body before she births them. So whether it's live birth or whether it's an egg case, mom just deposits the egg case in a really safe space or gives birth, and then the sharks are on their own from day one, minute one of being born.
Interesting stuff. We're talking with Sarah Tempesta from the New England Aquarium about sharks and motherhood. Now, you work in an aquarium where, I mean, we're talking about sharks in the wild right now. You work with sharks who are not in the wild, but, kind of in much more controlled conditions. And my understanding is one of the things you do is you kind of become a bit of a shark mother yourself.
Yes, that is a nickname that I've developed
Really?
here at
Do
the
they call
aquarium.
you the shark mom?
Some people have called me Shark Mom, just like as a joke. Because yeah, we do breed and rear a number of species of sharks and rays here at the New England Aquarium. And so all of the sharks that we breed here are the types that deposit egg cases. So mom will deposit egg cases, we'll collect them up, and really we just provide them with the best conditions that they need, but they have everything they need in the egg. The embryos are nourished by a yolk, similar to like, think about a chicken egg, and they grow and develop with the nutrition that's in that yolk until they're ready to hatch. And then once they hatch out, we start providing the parental care for them and make sure that they have the food that they need. We track their growth rates, things like that.
Do you feel connected to them? I mean, do you feel a certain, like, what is your relationship like with them when, sort of being that you're kind of a part of that process from the beginning?
Yeah, it's definitely very rewarding to be able to, take an animal from day one of birth and be able to see it and help it grow all the way up to adulthood. And especially for these animals, when they first hatch, they're behind the scenes where visitors can't see them. And so being able to get them to the size that they can go out onto exhibit either at our aquarium or at other aquariums, so that our visitors can see them and learn from them is really an enjoyable process.
Do you have a little graduation for them when they're ready to go out and to exhibit?
No, we don't do any really big ceremony or anything. Just, a picture, a weight, and then let them loose.
Yeah. So, while we have you, I think of sharks as, in any conversations I've had with people who work with sharks, they talk about sharks oftentimes. And I think a lot of animals and people who really get deep into them, they say sharks are misunderstood. So I wonder if you give us a little something. What do you think is something people maybe get wrong about sharks and ought to know that you wish more people knew?
Yeah, I think I really want people to know like how different sharks can be. Not all sharks are, we hear, here in Massachusetts, we hear a lot about the Atlantic white sharks and sharks like that, where, they get a lot of press in the news about, being dangerous to humans. But most sharks are not that way at all. I think probably close to 80% of sharks are smaller than a human. They're 5 feet or less. And they can actually be not just predators, but they can be prey as well to other animals. So there's such a wide variety of shapes and sizes of sharks, different feeding strategies. They really are an interesting, varied group of animals that can't really be defined just by, the few that we hear the most about.
All right, that's Sarah Tempesta from the New England Aquarium. And now we're going to move from sea to land, and we're joined once again here on the Curiosity Desk by Mikaela Gerwing. She's a wildlife conservation biologist. She's going to talk about monkeys and apes and motherhood for us. So I want to, this is something I've learned from you, Mikaela, on some of the other times you've been on the show, is a lot of time that I should be thinking about monkeys and apes slightly differently because they sort of are slightly different. And so in that regard, let's start with monkeys. Let's talk about monkeys and motherhood. What's the most important thing we need to know?
So I will say that in terms of motherhood, there are a lot of overlaps between monkeys and apes.
Okay, great. In this case, they're pretty similar.
Yes, there are some key differences, but I might be a little biased, but I would say that non-human primates are some of the best moms in the animal kingdom. They are highly invested mothers because they have really long interbirth intervals, which means they invest a lot into each of their offspring.
And when you say invest a lot, you mean you're talking like energy, time, like that kind of stuff.
Exactly. Energy, effort, resources. So for example, most monkeys will breastfeed or lactate for around a year before weaning, but it's very common in both monkeys and apes that the care for their infants and their juveniles goes long past weaning, and they are continuing to invest time, effort, resources into educating and caring for their infants to better prepare them for life in the wild.
All right. So how can you talk a little bit more about the relationship and what happens over time with, with monkeys, for example? Like, as we heard Sarah saying with sharks, it's kind of like, there's upfront investment, and then, that's pretty much to a certain extent the end of the relationship. You're talking about something that extends on. For how long are we talking about? How long does a relationship between a mother and their child last in the monkey world?
It can be anywhere between a few years and an entire lifetime. In some species, in some situations, especially where females remain in their natal group, mothers and daughters will have relationships for their entire life. And you'll even see grandmothers caring for their offspring's infants. In monkeys, something that we see a little bit more than we see in apes is something called alloparenting. So in their troops that they live in, you'll see other adults, mostly females, helping care for the babies of others, including something called allonursing, where you will see infants being nursed by adult females that are not even their own mothers. So it's a really communal society, and not just the mother is investing a lot in each infant, but the entire troop is investing a lot in each infant.
I was going to ask, where are the dads in all of this for the monkeys and the apes?
So it depends a lot on the species. Mothers do take on the brunt of the work. Are we surprised? But in a lot of species, you will see males taking part in carrying the infants when the mothers get tired or when they need a break. You'll also see a lot of tolerance of something called scrounging. So a really common behavior, particularly in monkeys, is getting really up close to another monkey, usually an older monkey, when they're eating, and kind of trying to take their leftovers and bits of extra pieces. And adults will often tolerate that scrounging a lot more for other infants in their group or juveniles in their group.
You listen to the Curiosity Desk on GBH. We're talking with wildlife conservation biologist Mikaela Gerwing about how monkeys and apes behave in motherhood. We're going to talk a little bit more about apes in a second, and also we're going to turn our eyes to the skies and talk about birds in motherhood. But right now, we're going to step away just for a short minute. This is the Curiosity Desk on GBH. Don't go anywhere.
You're listening to the Curiosity Desk, where we answer your questions. We turn these little wonderings into in-depth conversations with voices across different fields. Unique listener-driven shows like ours only exist with listener support. Your support. Consider supporting the Curiosity Desk today and help continue these insightful and wonderful investigations into the unknown. Call 888-897-9424 or visit gbhnews.org.
You know you can do it on the phone, 888-897-9424, or online at gbhnews.org. This is the Curiosity Desk. I'm Edgar B. Herwick III, and I am in studio with the one and only Patty Daniels from GBH News.
Edgar, I am especially happy to be in studio with you because I can do the thing that you cannot and should not do, which is to brag about the Curiosity Desk and the absolute joy and genuine knowledge you have brought to our afternoon since the program launched. It is absolutely lovely to turn on the radio mid-afternoon and have a place where you are getting informed and you are learning and your mind is expanding and it doesn't feel soul-crushing, and it is news that makes you feel good about being a lifelong learner. And that is what your show, The Curiosity Desk, has done for our GBH listeners.
Entertain, enlighten, and educate. That's what we do here at GBH. And hey, that's what we're asking you to support, by the way. And if you can support us right now at $10 a month as a sustainer, we can thank you with wireless earbuds. Yes, you heard me right. Wireless earbuds, one for each ear, coming your way for just $10 a month as our thanks for your support of this program. They're comfortable, they're easy to use, they've got great battery life. And hey, if you like listening, you can never have enough ways to listen, and having a new set of earbuds is a great way to listen. So if you can give that contribution, again, $10 a month, which we hope is a low impact on your budget, it'll have a huge impact here if you can do it now, and we'll thank you with those earbuds. You know, you can do it by the phone, 888-897-9424, or online at gbhnews.org.
Let's draw out the metaphor, because one thing that Curiosity Desk listeners already know is that you love a segment about words and word origins and language usage. So draw through the metaphor here. You've got your sustaining membership that you are using a few dollars a month to support your favorite public radio station right here, GBH. And in return, we are sending you earbuds by which you can listen to your favorite public radio station. So
it's a closed circuit.
Join us in that beautiful metaphor. 888-897-9424. Give online at gbhnews.org. Your sustaining membership means more now than ever.
And thanks. This is the Curiosity Desk on GBH. I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. We are back still talking about motherhood in the animal kingdom, and we have wildlife conservation biologist Mikaela Gerwing with us. We left off just moments ago talking about monkeys, and want to turn our attention a little bit more to apes, but just continue the conversation about motherhood with monkeys and apes. So how, if anything, what are some of the distinctions of some of the ape species and what we see in motherhood that maybe we don't see in monkeys, and also maybe don't see in humans or do see in humans?
Yeah, so I would say apes have less social support than monkeys do. For example, orangutans. Orangutans are a solo species, so they typically live alone, which means when a mother is caring for her baby, she is doing it solo. So she doesn't have the alloparenting and allonursing and help with carrying her baby that you might see in a large group of, say, capuchin monkeys. Orangutans have the largest interbirth interval of any primate, so that's between 6 and 9 years, which means that each mother is investing between 6 and 9 years of solo, heavily focused care on each infant, which means that they are getting a lot of individualized attention.
Is that a function of like their size and their solitude, or I mean, do we know why that time interval is so long?
So for orangutans specifically, a lot of that is due to their solitude just as a species. You will see a little bit more allo care in, say, chimpanzees who live in a troop, but not as much as you will see in, say, monkeys. But one thing that I'd like to mention that you see both in apes and monkeys is this really interesting thing of death. So if a mother dies before an infant has been weaned, it's very unlikely that that infant will survive up to adulthood. Occasionally, you will see adoptions by other members of the troop, whether female or male. In gorillas, you've seen male gorillas adopt infants or juveniles. but they have a really hard time surviving without that one-on-one care of their mother. And something interesting about primates specifically is if an infant dies, mothers show a kind of grieving, something similar that we would see in humans. So mothers have been known to carry their infants' bodies for up to days after an infant death, essentially showing a form of grieving or mourning that we would see in humans.
Wow, that's really touching. And also really sad. It's sad that if a mother is lost, it's kind of curtains for the little person. I guess they're not a person, the little monkey, the little ape. Yeah.
Absolutely. But something else that we see is mothers giving extra care to disabled infants. So my supervisor, Dr. Sarah Turner, has done a lot of work with free-ranging Japanese macaques. And in the troop of Japanese macaques that she studies, there are a lot of physical disabilities of the infants there. So things like missing limbs, like a missing arm or a missing leg. And what she's seen there is that the mothers of those infants will provide extra, more specialized care to make sure that those infants turn into adults that can survive and adapt in their societies.
That is incredible stuff. That is Mikaela Gerwing, wildlife conservation biologist, talking about monkeys and apes and motherhood. But as promised, we are moving through the animal kingdom from the seas to the land and now to the skies. So finally, we're going to welcome in Tia Pinney. She's a senior naturalist at Mass Audubon. Tia, welcome to the Curiosity Desk. Hi, Tia. Wondering if we maybe have some sound issues right now.
I think we're on.
There we go. Hiya, Tia. Welcome to the Curiosity Desk. Happy to have you.
Thank you.
Okay, so just last week we were having a conversation with an author about dinosaurs and how birds are dinosaurs, and we got the briefest sense of just how widely varied the types of birds are. And so I'm going to suspect that different species of birds are quite different when it comes to motherhood. Am I on the money there?
You're on the money. You're on the money. I mean, the big thing about birds is that they're somewhere sort of between sharks and apes in terms of how much maternal care there needs to be. So birds lay an egg. When the egg hatches, somebody has to take care of those baby birds. There's two different strategies. One is a lot of care. They're completely helpless. They require a lot of care, but it's for a relatively short period of time. But without that care, they are done for. And then the other group, they lay eggs and they incubate them longer, but they come out with more capacity. They can get up and run around and look after themselves a little bit, but they do need care for several weeks.
I also think about, I mean, again, I'm obviously not an expert, and so maybe I'm wrong about this, but, thinking about like something like monkeys or apes where there is no egg laying at all, but as Sarah sort of says, with the sharks, when there are eggs, just kind of they deposit them and then that's it. But the birds have many of them have this period where the egg is out, but they've got to take care of the egg for a while before it hatches, which seems kind of unique.
It's unique, and there are other categories of animals that lay eggs, and those eggs have to be kept in some sort of capacity. They are incubated, but they are not incubated by the mother or either parent. With birds, you have to have an incubation period. Ranges varied on the size of the bird and the type of bird when they hatch. But so in this case, it's anywhere from 2 weeks to 4 weeks in general.
Let's talk about a couple species of birds. I'm thinking about a bird we see a lot around here, which is the old turkey. Anything interesting? What kind of mothers are turkeys?
Turkeys are actually good mothers. They're really decent mothers. And they have turkeys are, they're a flocking bird. They group in flocks, and so once those eggs, so it takes probably about 4 weeks for those little poults, those baby turkeys, to hatch, but they're in the group that they can get up and run around right away. But those mothers have to care for them. They have to take them out. They're under the most stress for being taken as a prey in those first few weeks of life. So it's very much a mother's job to look after them. But what they do is they will group into brood flocks.
Brood
the mothers will
flocks.
join together. Yeah.
Oh wait, the mothers will join us. So it's like a mom's group.
Correct. It's a mom's group.
Just
They have
not on Facebook, an actual person.
An actual person.
As far as we know, at least, right? They don't use Facebook yet.
Well, there you go. But so, yeah, they will help each other. They will look out for each other. They will gather up the flocks, all the young poults. And you can see that. Sometimes you'll see a group of turkeys and the poults aren't all the same age. And there's one female looking after them. And that's the brood flock. And it helps raise the level of care.
That's really interesting. And is that pretty unique to turkeys, or do we see that across a lot of bird species?
We don't see it in a lot of bird species, but we do see it in some.
Interesting.
There's another bird that's relatively common around here. The red-breasted merganser will do the same thing. They're a duck. They're a type of duck.
Oh, ducks.
And they will do the same thing.
Neat. I'm getting a note from my producer to ask about the brown-headed cowbird, which is just fun to say, so I'm asking. Brown-headed cowbird, tell me about it.
The brown-headed cowbird. So she's in a completely different case. Brown-headed cowbirds do not make nests. They evolved following herds of buffalo across the prairies. And so they need to travel with the buffalo, and therefore what their strategy is just lay an egg in a nest somewhere. Find a nest, lay an egg, move on.
Wow.
So she's really an absentee mother. Once she's laid her egg, she moves along, and the egg is then cared for by whoever's nest she's laid it in.
We're just starting to get a sense of just the wide variety of what we see in terms of motherhood among birds. We're talking with Tia Pinney. She's senior naturalist at Mass Audubon. Another bird that I think a lot of people feel are close to their hearts and you see around are hummingbirds. So I'm curious about hummingbirds. What kind of moms are hummingbirds? Okay, so I think in some ways hummingbirds, and we're talking about the ruby-throated hummingbird, if we're talking about Massachusetts, the only hummingbird we have. There are, 360 some odd species, but only one here in the Northeast. But the ruby-throated hummingbird, she does she is it. She finds the nesting spot. She builds the nest. She lays the eggs. She incubates the eggs. Then when they hatch, she feeds the hatchlings and and once they fledge, she'll move on and start another nest usually. But she is a spectacular mom. She is really dedicated. The males are not involved at all. Where are they? They're flying around somewhere else.
They've moved on. They mate. They move on. It's time to find another female to mate with.
All right. I'm gonna bring everybody into the conversation now with one final question. We've got a ton of time, but I wonder if you could each, and I'm just throwing this at you, for each of your sort of areas of expertise, give me something that you feel like these species can teach us about motherhood. I'm going to start with you, Sarah, since you were the first we were talking about, or a lesson you've learned in thinking about them and understand them as we think about motherhood. You got something for us, Sarah?
Oh, that's a tough one. I think maybe I've learned as a shark and ray mom is that different animals have very different needs and that there's a lot we still don't understand, like especially about shark and ray reproduction. The ocean is a vast place and there's still a lot that we don't know. And just from, trying to rear different species here at the aquarium, it can be a real trial and error process of figuring out what these offspring need and what type of food they really want and the conditions they need. Because out in the wild, mom would put them where they need to be to survive.
That's good. Yeah, that's a great life lesson.
Yeah.
Mikaela, you got one for us?
Yeah, well, I've had the opportunity to help raise orphaned spider monkeys, capuchin monkeys, squirrel monkeys in the past. And I think one of the biggest takeaways that I've taken is that every individual is different, not just by species or by monkey or by ape, but just like human babies, every individual needs a unique care plan and has a unique relationship with their mother. So when thinking of primate motherhood, I think it really reflects human motherhood.
I like that. Tia, you got one for us from the skies?
Yeah, I think I would put in that I would go with Sarah here in the what we don't know is far greater than what we do know. And in terms of any animal species, do not presume what we're doing is what they need to be doing.
All
They're
right.
doing what they need to do for their unique species and their unique individuals.
I love it. That was Senator Tempesta, Mikaela Gerwing, and Tia Pinney talking about different animal species and how they are as mothers. And if you haven't gotten that Mother's Day gift, get it now. We're the Curiosity Desk, and we got to get out of here. I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. Thanks for listening. We'll be back tomorrow. Stay curious out there.
This is the GBH Spring Membership Drive, and we're here asking you to start a monthly sustaining membership to help fund the future of GBH. If you already support the station, we thank you, and we ask that you increase your current giving if possible. Together, we can ensure this valued community service stays on the air, online, and freely available to all. Please give now at gbhnews.org or by calling 888-897-9424. A good afternoon to you. I'm Mark Cohen. I'm joined today by Zach Finn.
And right now you're listening in on the Curiosity Desk, and you could prepare to listen in even more. Support GBH, $10 a month. We're going to thank you with our wireless earbuds. These are only available this afternoon. Now, the earbuds, they're comfortable. They sound great. They're going to pair easily with all of your Bluetooth devices. They feature smart touch controls and they're water resistant. Now, the earbuds are black. They have that nice GBH 89.7 logo in white right there on the case. And the charging case actually makes a full charge in just an hour. It has that nice LED screen that displays the available battery percentage. So again, sign up as a sustaining member, $10 a month, or you can always give $120 all at once and ask for those earbuds. Now, the deadline is coming up at 7 o'clock. So support your listening right now by giving at gbhnews.org or give us a call, 888-897-9424.
Do you find yourself listening to GBH just a little longer before getting out of the car? Are you relaying the stories and conversations you heard maybe on Morning Edition, Boston Public Radio, the Curiosity Desk, or All Things Considered, sharing that with family and colleagues? How about stealing a moment to read up on an important local issue on your GBH app? You feel a strong connection with NPR and GBH, and we hope all those connections, those conversations, and the education you get from GBH are worthy of your financial support. That's what we're doing here, asking for your support. Give what you can. Whatever works for you will work for us, but please get involved and cast your vote now. 888-897-9424, gbhnews.org.
And it's just so easy to make that contribution to GBH. You may think that you don't have the time, but I assure you, you do. The form is easy to fill out online. We just ask for a little bit of contact information and how much you'd like to give. You can join our Sustainer program with a recurring monthly charge to your credit card, or you can make a one-time gift. But no matter which you choose, it's going to be one of the easiest things that you do all day, and the payoff is pretty great. It's GBH all day, every day. Doesn't get much better than that, so go ahead, take those 2 minutes right now. 888-897-9424 or online at gbhnews.org.
And, of course, GBH is a non-profit public radio station. You can tell because of the high quality of what you hear each day. You can also tell because of the stories and the perspectives about our region and the world. And you can also tell because, let's face it, you are listening to a membership drive. We're here asking you now to support GBH, the station that makes such a difference in your life. Easy to do online. You look for the donate button over at gbhnews.org or by calling 888-897-9424.
And when you take that step and become a new member of GBH, your membership also includes access to thousands of hours of public television programs online with GBH Passport. And this is in addition to any other thank you gift, and that includes today's wireless earbuds. 888-897-9424, gbhnews.org.
Yeah, Zach mentioned our wireless earbuds. It's yours for $10 a month on our Sustainer plan or a one-time gift of $120. These earbuds really are comfortable and they sound great. And personally, I put them through what I like to call the chew test. You know, some of these earbuds, you put them in your ear, you start chewing on a sandwich, and then they pop out. These wedge in pretty good, so I give them the thumbs up on that, and it's a great value. Just $10 a month to support all that you come to here on GBH. Deadline's at 7 o'clock tonight, but you're listening now. Make that show of support now. 897-9424, gbhnews.org.
Please support GBH by becoming a monthly sustainer. This is the best possible way to support the station, especially right now. Now, a recurring gift of $10 or $15 a month means we're not living pledge drive to pledge drive. It just takes a few minutes to set up, and it is automatically deducted from your bank account or credit card. It is so very easy to do. You're going to be enrolled in no time. Thank you so much for taking that step. Become a sustainer, 888-897-9424, or go online, gbhnews.org.
What's trending? What's interesting? What's going on around town? We're talking all things arts and culture on The Culture Show, next on GBH 89.7.
Funding for our programs comes from you.
And Cambridge Trust, a division of Eastern Bank, proud to support the Boston Business Journal Minute, Friday mornings at 6:45 and 8:45 on GBH's Morning Edition. More at cambridgetrust.com.
And the Boston Speakers Series announcing its upcoming season at Symphony Hall for 7 evenings, including Pete Buttigieg, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, historian Doris Kearns Goodwin, and former U.S. Ambassador to China Nicholas Burns. BostonSpeakers.org.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
I'm Henry Santoro in for Jared Bowen. Coming up on The Culture Show, the Avett Brothers. Few bands in modern American music have earned devotion like this band from North Carolina. Their songs stay with you for years, and their 2024 album Mignonette was inspired by a real 19th century shipwreck. Those songs now form the backbone of Swept Away, a musical that ran on Broadway and is now in Boston by way of Speakeasy Stage Company. They join us to talk about turning their music into a harrowing sea story of wreckage, survival, and an impossible moral choice. Then we enter the Stroutverse, or do we? The Pulitzer Prize-winning writer Elizabeth Strout is back with The Things We Never Say, her first standalone novel in more than a decade. New characters, but familiar emotional terrain. Marriage, loneliness, family, wounds, and the words we keep from the people who know us best, or think they do. That's all right now on The Culture Show.
The Culture Show is made possible in part by a generous contribution from the Fiducia Fund, proud to support this station's arts and culture programming.
Album Mignonette, inspired by the real 1884 wreck of the English yacht and the famous survival of the cases that followed. The musical uses that history as it encompasses, as its compass, but it charts its own course with a book by Tony Award-winning writer John Logan. Swept Away becomes the story of a New Bedford whaling ship, a full crew at sea, a catastrophic storm, and then 4 survivors in a lifeboat facing a moral and mortal crisis. Swept Away opened on Broadway in 2024 and has come to Boston by way of a new production at Speakeasy Stage Company, where it's on stage through May 23rd. And if you want more of the Avett Brothers, they'll be at the Bach Center, the Bach Wang Theater, on June 10th, performing with the great Mike Patton. Scott Avett, Seth Avett, welcome to The Culture Show. It's so great to have you here.
Thank you for having us. We appreciate it.
How did this collaboration with Mike Patton happen?
It happened over our lifetime. Mike was like a teacher of ours growing up, watching him and listening to him create and perform. He was an artist through all of his bands, from Faith No More to Mr. Bungle, that we learned a lot from and enjoyed following.
Man is a superstar, that's for sure.
No doubt.
But before we get into Swept Away, I just want to say that Boston loves you guys. I am someone who knows firsthand, because my old radio station, WFNX, was one of the first stations in the country to play your music, I and Lovin' You and Kick Drum Heart. Very heavy rotation at FNX from the moment those songs were released, and your performance at the 2015 Boston edition of Boston Calling is one for the books. I was there for that performance as well. So on behalf of all of us here in Boston, thank you for the years of great music. Thank you for continuing to come back. And as I mentioned, you'll be at the Bach Wang Center on June 10th. So thanks for all that.
Oh, thank you. Boston has always been great to us. It's an honor and a pleasure to return every time.
It's much appreciated. So let's jump into Swept Away. Now on stage at the Speakeasy Stage Company, can you share those first initial feelings that you had in 2024 when you saw and you heard your songs as part of a major Broadway production in a theater full of people?
Completely overwhelming. I know I don't have anything to compare it to. No, there's it was just it's hard to apply words to it. You can say surreal. It it certainly went beyond validating the material. That would be too mechanical of a perspective. I think there was just something very connecting and very spiritual. It just felt like being included in a great canon, sort of. It was surprising. It was a surprising feeling and there were multiple feelings like this as it became, like as the production became what its finished product, in so much as something can be finished in that realm. But like there were a few steps along the way where we had this indescribable feeling of connectedness, where it didn't feel like something that we had made or we had contributed to. It just felt like it was something that we were a part of.
But you had to, you definitely recognized your words on stage. But it went from like rehearsals to dress rehearsals, then opening night, and bang, there are your words on stage.
Right, but it's like like recognizing our work and everything. It was just like there are songs, there are pieces of art that we think of in a certain way, and we don't imagine them that they will blossom in a new way, and then seeing new life in the songs and seeing them bloom in ways that we hadn't imagined, and then for that to be connected to this whole narrative was just really eye-opening and sort of mind-bending.
A horrible storm capsizes a New Bedford whaling ship. It leaves 4 survivors in a lifeboat. It's a horrible seafaring tragedy, but these things happen. And from what I gather, it was Papa Avett, your dad, who may have had a role in your love of not just seafaring adventure, but also all forms of adventure.
Mm-hmm. There's no question. Our dad is a history buff, to say the least, and he loved and still loves survival stories. Survival at sea is sort of the quintessential symbol of those stories. And I think our father, I think he sees life in general as these survival stories. We each have our survival story, and he's done a great job in sort of handing that down to us. And at risk of at times feeling melodramatic, it's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing, and at the end of the day, we're very grateful for that he's gifted, and it's still to this day he'll recommend a book that or a story. But our dad is 79 years old. He knew so many people that were in World War II. He had friends that were in wars themselves, Vietnam, etc. Those guys, there were stories that were shared that I think they carried those with them, and they shared them with us. And there's a thread there, that hopefully this is keeping to that heritage too.
Yeah, I had a couple of elderly relatives who were in the wars, Korean War, World War II, and some would share the stories, others just kept them close to heart and wouldn't talk about it at all. Unbelievable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, and both directions are very powerful. Yeah, necessary.
Tell us about the making of Mignonette, your third album, which these songs for Swept Away are based on.
Yeah, in my mind, a lot of it developed kind of in the van. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I was just going to say there were two components to making the record, and one was in our own little capsule, our own little vessel, if you will, which was a 15-passenger van, a Ford E350.
15, that's a pretty good sized van, but it also held equipment too, right?
Indeed. Well, yeah, and as you're growing, if you've got 6 people in a van or five people in a van, you can situate it where everybody has a bench seat, with a little room in the back for some instruments, and you can sleep in that thing. So that's it was like our little vessel.
It was perfect for the time,
and perfect for the metaphor of what this story is and what we were living through.
Who drove?
Yeah, as Scott and I were writing the songs, but we're also spending all of this time together in this van and all this camaraderie amongst me and Scott and Bob, reading, the same books, sharing, if we weren't reading the same books, sharing, the discoveries we were making with those books, listening to a lot of the same music, sharing in the discovery of music in a very unified kind of way.
What was the music of choice in the van?
Well, Baby on Board was huge. I can't remember what year that came out, but we listened to a ton of that record, Evan Dando's solo record, and a lot of Doc Watson. I know we were sharing in the van.
I remember when Nora Jones' record came out, her first record, and we were just like, listen to this voice, like listen to these songs. We were
a lot of that,
enamored by that. Gillian Welch and David Rollins, Bob Dylan and Tom Waits,
a lot of Willie,
Neil Young. These were things we were discovering and rediscovering together.
Right. Yeah. And like
Ramblin' Jack Elliott.
Yeah, that one record. But like a ton of discovery and rediscovery. Like Dylan's a great example of, like, Scott and I had our favorites and our connection to Dylan, but then bringing Bob into the conversation, he had such a three-dimensional understanding of the different chapters of Dylan, and he would bring eras of Dylan in that we hadn't been privy to before. But I remember, like, there was real-time discovery on that Nora Jones record and on that Evan Dando record where they were brand new, and we were like just really being inspired by them.
That Evan Dando. Well, was a Bostonian, and
that's right. This is so relevant. Yeah, he's major.
Yeah, and
that record is incredible.
It really
that record is a masterpiece.
And he's trying to make a comeback, but he had a major setback just recently, which is too bad for him. But a very, very talented human being.
No question, very talented.
We are in the middle of a pledge break, so we're asking for money right now. So we're just going to take a short break, and we're going to come back and pick up part 2 with the Avett brothers. So we're speaking with Scott and Seth Avett. Hold on.
The Culture Show is made possible in part by a generous contribution from the Fiducia Fund, proud to support this station's arts and culture programming.
This is The Culture Show on GBH, and we're in the midst of our fall membership drive. All of this, the interviews, insightful discussions, the witty banter, it's all fueled by your contributions. So, while you're thinking about it, please take just a few minutes right now to give and help keep the conversation going. Make that call to 888-897-9424 or pitch in online at gbhnews.org.
The Culture Show today was made possible by our listeners who give money to GBH. That support is the only way to keep the Culture Show on the radio. Please do your part by giving during our spring membership drive online at gbhnews.org or by calling 888-897-9424. I'm Judy Ewell, and joining me now, Kiki Loa.
Double the buying power of your contribution for the rest of this hour thanks to a generous group of Beacon Circle patrons. Give $5 a month and they donate the annual value of $60 to GBH. Give $15 a month, that turns into $360 to help pay for the Culture Show. One-time gifts are also matched. The dollar-for-dollar match is only for a short time. There is only about 48 minutes to get your gift matched. Make it right now at gbhnews.org or by calling us at 888-897-9424.
Support GBH at $10 a month, and we'll thank you with our wireless earbuds. They're only available this afternoon. The earbuds are comfortable, they sound great, they'll pair easily with all your Bluetooth devices, and they feature smart touch controls. They're also water resistant. Sign up as a sustaining member, $10 a month, or give $120 all at once and ask for the earbuds. The deadline is coming up at 7 p.m. Please support your listening by giving at gbhnews.org or call 888-897-9424.
Being a member of GBH has many benefits, including access to GBH Passport. With GBH Passport, you get a 24/7 digital access to all of the public television programs that you love. Watch as many as you want, anytime you want. And that's in addition to any other thank you gift that you may choose, including these fantastic earbuds. Make your gift right now and start streaming at gbhnews.org or by calling us at 888-897-9424.
Reporters, editors, producers, researchers, engineers, production assistants, desk assistants, all of these people have a vital role to play in the daily success of NPR and GBH News. And as a listener, you also play a large part in that success. The money you give helps fund the news every day, and as we move forward without federal funding, it will be the only way to sustain this important public service. Give now, WGBHnews.org or 888-897-9424.
No matter what happens, GBH reporters are on the ground gathering the critical information that you need to stay informed and aware of our changing world. You turn to GBH each and every day because you trust that we'll deliver the facts and share diverse voices. News coverage of this intensity takes resources. That's why we take the time during the membership drive to ask you for your financial support. You are essential to our work. Sign up as a new sustaining member by giving just $5, or if your budget allows, a little bit more, every single month. 888-897-9424 or online at gbhnews.org.
GBH is your source for stories and conversations that bring order to the chaos of the daily news. We're here for you every day to sort through the facts and falsehoods and to deliver insights that help you understand and cope during these difficult times. We can do that only because of listener support, and we're asking for yours now. Please sign up as a new member at $5 or $10 a month. If you're a current member and you have the means, please give a little more. Your financial support is essential to our work. gbhnews.org, 888-897-9424.
And just a reminder that there is a dollar-for-dollar match in the next 45 minutes. If you give, your gift will be worth twice as much to GBH, and that is because of this dollar-for-dollar match going on. Give $120 and get those fantastic earbuds. An extra $120 is donated to GBH thanks to a generous group of Beacon Circle patrons. Make your gift right now, online at gbhnews.org, or by giving us a call and telling us why you're donating, 888-897-9424.
I'm Henry Santoro in for Jared Bowen. This is The Culture Show on 89.7 and streaming on the GBH News YouTube channel. If you're just tuning in, I'm joined by Scott Avett and Seth Avett of the Avett Brothers. We're talking about the musical Swept Away, which is in Boston by way of the Speakeasy Stage Company on stage through May 23rd. Gentlemen, I would imagine that collaborating on a musical is a lot different than sitting in a rehearsal studio ironing out new songs for an LP. But it was Tony Award-winning writer Joe Logan who wrote the story for Swept Away that says that you two were the most generous collaborators that one could hope for, and he insisted on access to your entire catalog of music. What was that like, opening up your catalog to this basically a stranger?
Well, we've been conditioned to do that over the past coming on 2 decades from when we started. It started with us working together and learning how to give and let go of things knowingly or unknowingly. And then, when we started working with Rick Rubin in 2008, 7, 8, that was a little, we drove those nails a little deeper in, where he gave us a master class on
serving the song,
letting go of self, like getting yourself, removing yourself from it. We would talk a lot about if we would all get over who wrote what, we could really get some good work done. And so by the time John was coming in, we've gone through that for years of conditioning, which we're always ready for re-upping on. But we were ready to, whether we knew it or not, we were ready to be generous with the songs, with our work, to make the project as good as it could be.
And he made it a lot easier by stepping into it with a great sort of store of inspiration. He was inspired, so we could kind of back up a little bit and let him take the steering wheel, because he was so excited and was he was bringing a lot of new blood to the idea and to the songs.
He had you write what he calls a hymn for the show. That's where Lord Lay Your Hand comes in. We have a clip. Let's play that song right now.
Lord, lay your hand on my shoulder, guide me to our home. The sea, for all of its beauty, is just the great unknown. My fear is like a passing breeze.
It really has a religious and gospel kind of feel to it, but as this song really kicks into gear, it also has a sea shanty feel to it. Agree? Disagree?
I mean, I can see that in there. What I've heard of sea shanties, which is really wonderful and entertaining, and some of the kind of the playful aspects of it, I really like. We don't really have a lot of. That's not much of a reference point for us. Like it's cool that there is that connection, but it would be an unconscious one for us.
You have been around long enough to hear other artists cover your songs, but again, hearing and seeing them performed by actors on stage is a completely different animal, don't you think?
Yeah, and I think Scott has articulated this really well in terms of how like in musical theater, the way that rehearsal is treated and the way the template and the structure is treated is different than sort of the Wild West of our touring and our developing. There really is a decision, for every part, and that's the way it's going to be done. And it's in the describing of it, that can sound like a rigid way, but it's there's really a lot of beauty in the settledness of that. And it is different than hearing a band or an artist cover it, like for it to be connected to a narrative, for it to be connected to these characters, like that. What we just heard, that Stark Sands singing that song, and he's bringing a certain, I don't know, pristine quality to it because it's in musical theater rather than
in a club.
Yeah, like in a club or a bar or a theater or whatever. There's a different angle to it, and it's it really clears the way for the story, which is kind of that's the centerpiece, is the story, and all the music serves it. So it is definitely a different angle to come from, but there's a lot that we have learned through the process of seeing this thing.
Did you attend a lot of rehearsals for the show?
We were around for a lot, yeah, for enough of the development.
Did you have to put the brakes on touring? No.
That was the great thing about part of the development of this thing, is we were really able to just be involved as much as we want, drop in as we wanted. And I lived in New York at the time, so I was able to be there for some of the casting and all that. We were able to really feel a part of it and to have input, but the bus didn't stop if we were not there.
If you're just tuning in, we're listening speaking with Scott Avett and Seth Avett of the Avett Brothers, and we're talking about Swept Away, the show. The Swept Away takes a very unexpected and bizarre twist, and it took Broadway audiences by complete surprise. Let's just say there are no vegans on that lifeboat. Conceptually speaking, was that a hard scene to work with for you guys?
Not for us. In hindsight, it seems like a tough sale.
Yeah. Yeah.
But our commitment to, for lack of a better term, though I couldn't imagine a better term, our commitment to truth, which is what the original story distills down into. You just stay faithful to the truth of the story and trust that there's a relatable reality and message to it.
How supportive were your parents when you were just starting the band?
Dad let us borrow a truck. We took one of his. Dad ran a welding business for 35 years. He let us borrow a dually. Was it a Ford? Was that a Ford dually truck? They from the beginning, well before we were trying to tour, they were always very supportive, which I think now in retrospect stands out quite a bit, because they didn't like coming from Concord, North Carolina, we didn't know anyone in entertainment. We didn't know anyone that really was out making a living uh, by artistic means in this regard. But our parents, they made it seem reasonable to us that, you could do this. This is something that could be done. Uh, it's maybe something that's not likely, but you certainly should try if you feel that you need to try. And that we didn't have any dissenting voices. Like we didn't have any voices in our lives from our parents that were like, uh, this is a pipe dream. This doesn't happen for anyone. Forget it. That was the furthest thing from their sentiments. It was always more like, if you love it, chase it. Find out what it takes to truly do it. And then if it doesn't work, have some tools to where you can do other things. But by no means skip over the dream. Don't skip over the dream.
You guys are so laid back. Do you ever fight like the Gallagher brothers?
Not like the Gallagher brothers. Not from what we understand. We probably fight like the Avett brothers.
Yeah, I don't think Liam and Noel are going to be covering I and Love in You anytime soon.
Well, no, they're so great, and they're also even in their conflicts, they can be so entertaining.
Yeah.
Well, that's part of the entertainment right there.
It is,
Yeah.
but it's so wonderful what they've done in so many regards. It's so wonderful. But yeah, it seems like there is some conflict there.
Swept Away, the musical built around the songs of the Avett Brothers, now on stage at Speakeasy Stage Company at the Calderwood Pavilion in Boston through May 23rd. To learn more, go to the Speakeasy Stage Company website, and you can also hear the Avett Brothers this summer performing with the great Mike Patton, the singer best known for Faith No More, Mr. Bungle, at the Bach Wang Center on Wednesday, June 10th. Scott, Seth, thank you so much for joining us. It's been a pleasure speaking with you.
Thank you so much.
Likewise.
I appreciate you, Henry.
Coming up, Elizabeth Strout's latest book looks at a fractured America. She's next on
The Culture Show. Smart local conversations about arts and entertainment with context and insight every weekday afternoon. Brought to you by listener support. Now it's your turn to keep the conversation going with an ongoing contribution in any amount. Please sign up as a sustaining member during our membership drive. Call 888-897-9424 or give online at gbhnews.org.
Almost all of GBH's operating budget comes from local businesses and listener contributions. That's how public radio works now. Please become a sustaining member at 2GBH during our spring membership drive. It's the best way to give. It's also easy to do at gbhnews.org or 888-897-9424. And joining me now, Kiki Loa.
When you support GBH at $10 a month, we will say thank you with our wireless earbuds. They are only available this afternoon. The earbuds are comfortable, they sound great, and they'll pair easily with all of your Bluetooth devices. They feature smart touch controls and are water resistant. So sign up as a sustaining member at just $10 a month or give $120 all at once, and make sure to ask for the earbuds. The deadline is later tonight at 7 p.m., but you're listening right now, so why don't you make your donation right now? Show your support for The Culture Show by giving at gbhnews.org or by calling 888-897-9424.
There's a dollar for dollar match going on right now. Give $120 and an extra $120 is donated to GBH by a generous group of Beacon Circle patrons. They also want to help make this membership drive a huge success. Sustaining gifts are also matched. Give $10 a month and GBH receives the annual value of $120. Please give now and pay for twice as much of your GBH listening. gbhnews.org or 888-897-9424.
GBH now depends on community support for most of our operating budget. Your contribution has never been more important because it means that we can keep the station on the air with the news that you can always trust, even without federal funding. Please be one of the many listeners to fund the future of GBH. The sustaining membership is the easiest and the best way to do it, but you can also make a one-time gift. Whichever you choose, it's easy to do online at gbhnews.org or by giving us a call. Tell us why you're donating at 888-897-9424.
Sometimes the news can feel overwhelming. You may even wonder if there's anything you can do. Staying informed is one of the most important things you can do as a citizen. Investing in a publicly supported news service like GBH is another. GBH doesn't have one person or organization funding our reporting. Instead, we're supported by your neighbors, which means you hear reporting that's diverse and objective. It's listeners just like you who make sure that GBH reporters, announcers, and programs keep you plugged into the news that matters and will continue to be heard right here in Boston. Please join with others and become a new member of GBH, gbhnews.org or 888-897-9424.
And when you support GBH 897, you'll receive access to PBS Passport, where you can binge the very best programming of PBS. Enjoy everything from dramas like Masterpieces Downton Abbey to documentaries like the Ken Burns Collection to cooking shows like The French Chef with Julia Child. You will never run out of great shows to watch, and you will get access to Passport along with any other thank you gift that you may select, including those wireless earbuds. Get your donation in right now, gbhnews.org, or by calling us at 888-897-9424.
GBH is committed to bringing you the fact-based journalism you expect, but we can only do that when you support this important service. Becoming a new member is the best way to do it. It's easy, and your gift now will pay for all the news and programs you want to hear. It's that simple. Please participate by giving now. gbhnews.org or 888-897-9424.
And the dollar for dollar match is going on but only for 30 more minutes. Make a monthly sustaining gift and that will be matched. A one-time gift of $500 or $1,000 will also be matched. The extra money is being donated by a generous group of Beacon Circle patrons. So please help earn every single matching dollar before time runs out. There's only 30 minutes left to get your donation matched. 888-897-9424 or gbhnews.org.
GBH is your source for stories and conversations that bring order to the chaos of the daily news. We're here for you every day to sort through the facts and falsehoods and to deliver insights that help you understand and cope during these times. gbhnews.org, 888-897-9424.
I'm Henry Santoro in for Jared Bowen. This is The Culture Show on 89.7 and streaming on the GBH News YouTube channel. Pulitzer Prize-winning novelist Elizabeth Strout masterfully portrays the meaning in the mundane. Her observations on human nature reveal the extraordinary in ordinary people. And for years, readers have reveled in how her characters' lives are linked from one book to the next. It's a familiar fictional world that has been described as the Stroutverse. Now readers have another portal into this realm by way of her latest book, The Things We Never Say. Tonight at 6, she'll be at the Brattle Theater at an event presented by Harvard Bookstore. Tomorrow, she'll be at Duxbury High School at an event presented by the Duxbury Literary Circle. In advance of these events, we're bringing you a conversation that Jared Bowen had with her. He caught up with Strout last spring ahead of her keynote address at the Literary Lights Gala at the event hosted by the Associates of the Boston Public Library.
Elizabeth Strout, welcome to The Culture Show. It's a privilege to have you here.
Thank you. It's lovely to be here. Thank you so much.
Well, let's start talking about libraries for a moment because, of course, the Associates of the Boston Public Library support manuscripts, all manner of books and art. And what has been the place of libraries in your life?
Oh, well, from a very young age, I went to my public library as a child was at the University of New Hampshire because that's where my father taught. And I would just run in and out all the time. And I do remember getting bored rather quickly with the children's room and just going up to the stacks, to the adult stacks. There were floors of stacks and just taking off books and having no idea what would be in them. And I have a memory of some of those books. It was like the text would sort of rise up and meet me. And then I would read that book, whatever it was.
And you were reading, I think I read Updike from a very early age.
Oh, yes, I was very young. It was one of the first adult books I read. Pigeon Feathers, yeah, it was on the coffee table, so I read it.
And when you look back at it now, do you understand that even how, as a child, this work, these words, these thoughts could resonate within you?
Yeah, it was really interesting because I have a real memory of reading that book, and I remember thinking to myself, there's an awful lot that's going on in that grown-up world that I don't know about, but I was very curious, but obviously, couldn't fully understand it.
Is this something that your parents were aware of? Did your parents encourage it and talk to you about it?
Oh yeah, my mother was, she just had books all over. She wasn't so interested in children's books, but there were just books everywhere, and she just sort of feed them to me. Although I do remember I picked up Pigeon Feathers by myself and read it.
And so, understanding this and understanding how you look at the world through your books and your characters, I'm wondering how much of those books were an early influence in your being so curious about people and what's happening within them.
Yes. And again, when I was very young, I remember it wasn't Pigeon Feathers, but I do remember reading some book. I have no memory of what the book was, but I do remember so clearly thinking, oh, I've had that thought. And that was so interesting to me because I realized at a young age that books of fiction were one place where we could get inside the head of somebody else and actually know what they were thinking. And that just stayed with me because I've been fascinated by people my entire life. And so I was just intrigued with that recognition that I had the thought.
And how do you then make the leap? Of course, everyone always says write what you know, but I would imagine you can't write everything that you know, especially with your vast output at this point. But then how do you begin to make the leap from writing what you do know, the thoughts that have sprung from your own head, to imagining what other people are thinking?
Right. Well, I have listened and eavesdropped on people my entire life. All my life, I have just listened and listened and listened, and people will eventually, sort of give indications of who they are. And I have watched people. It's what I've done for my whole life, and so I have used my imagination to go inside their heads and think, well, okay, maybe this is what it's like for them. Of course, I never know because we don't know what it's like to be another person, but I will, use whatever kernel I know of my life and try and go into somebody else's head and spread it open.
Do you ever intervene? Do you ever take it to the next level beyond eavesdropping, become the journalist, ask questions?
No, I don't do that. No. I don't even dare really look at the people if I'm listening to them. I know it's very surreptitious. Although I will look at them, but whatever.
And so I know that you lived in New York. You've for a long time, you bounced back and forth between New England, especially Maine, of course, and New York. I can understand how eavesdropping is so easy there. So many people, so many public spaces. How does that work when you then move to a more isolated area like Maine?
It is a problem because because there's just not that many people. But every time I'm in a restaurant or a store or something like that, and also I just think all those years I lived in New York for almost 40 years, and I think that all those years there's still images and people that come back to me, or just snippets of conversation that I'd forgotten that I now remember. So I think there's just stuff always going on. I think I have enough.
And when you say you remember, is it all in your head, or do you write them down? Do you catalog? Really?
Oh, it's all in my head. Yeah. There's a story in Olive Kittredge that is about a young couple, and I borrowed visually that young couple from a couple that I had seen years earlier on the subway. This young woman was sitting on her boyfriend's lap. And I remember that she had a cuff, of her coat was fur. And I just remembered her. And I remembered she said to him, "Stop, you're smelling me." And all of a sudden, and I had no memory that I remembered them. But as I was sitting there writing, and I thought, oh, I know, boom, let's use them.
How much of this is now of your own life as well? What would you say the balance is of drawing from your own life and your own memories and experiences, whether in the past or present moment, versus what you're conjuring?
That's a really good question. I'm not sure. I think at this point, there's just such a mingling, of so many things. I would be nervous to say what percentage comes from me and what percentage comes from my imagination. But no, I mean, most of it is now from my imagination, but always a little kernel from something I've seen or felt myself to know that it's true.
Do you go back and read your books?
That's interesting because I did recently go back and read Amy and Isabel, and I hadn't read it since I wrote it. And I think I was nervous about whether it stood up or not. So I sort of, I cautiously picked it up, and I thought, okay, it's all right. let's just put it down.
You're happy
So
with that.
otherwise I don't read them.
What made you
Well,
go back?
I think because I just saw a copy and I just started I thought that was, my first novel, and I just want to make sure. So I very gingerly picked it up and reread it.
I can understand how terrifying that might
It
be.
was. Thank you.
I'm speaking with Pulitzer Prize winning novelist Elizabeth Strout. I want to talk to you about something, what I mentioned in the intro, the Strout verse. First of all, how do you feel about this term, that you've created this world like the Marvel universe or the DC Comics universe, where people are so invested in your world and your characters?
Yeah. Well, first of all, I never intended to. Let me just say that. I never set out to do that, ever. But I thought, well, I've got Amy and Isabel, and I just wrote my books. And then I realized that they did connect. And then with the final one would tell me everything. I realized, oh my word, they're all living in the same town now, because Bob Burgess had moved up there with his new wife, and I just thought, I've got to use this because they're all sitting right there. So I never intended to write Olive again, but she showed up, and when Olive shows up, you paid. So I never meant to, but I did.
I wonder, I said recently on the air, one of my favorite questions to ask actors, and now I realize writers as well, is how much your character sits with you. For an actor, does it sit with you long beyond the time you walked off the stage or finished filming the movie? But for you as an author, you're probably the best person to ask this, because we revisit your characters. Are they always with you?
Well, when I'm working on them, they are always with me. They really, really are. And apparently they still were with me Bob Burgess was like hanging around in the background and showed up again. And I guess I was just not quite done with them at that point. But when I'm actually working on them, they're very much with me during the day, even if I'm not working.
Well, what is it like to periodically revisit them? You're aging, of course, at the same time. Your characters are aging, as we find, especially in this most recent novel. How do you think about that progression of time with them?
I just try and stay true to who I think they are. And that's really my job as a writer, is to make sure I stay true to the character. And even though they will do unexpected things, because people do, they still have to do an unexpected thing that would be true to who they are. And that's really what I focus on. And if they're older, then I have to think, okay, so they're older, so what would they do?
Well, Lucy Barton, Olive Kittredge, we have met them in other capacities too, because we've now met them either on the stage or screen. How does that affect how you think of them and see them and remember them?
It's been very interesting to see them change from a page to the stage or to a film. And yet in my head, they remain who I think of them as. I think the movie was done wonderfully. I think Laura Linney did an amazing job. But it almost felt like it wasn't something that had to do with me in a certain kind of way. And so when I went back to write Olive again, Olive was the person I have always seen in my head, and not Frances and McDormand. So it's been great, but it still feels a little separate from what's in my head.
I wonder about writing for Maine. I happen to personally love Maine a lot, and in part, I think it's because of the landscape, and it just feels kind of mythical. I think we've seen how it's inspired writers and artists over so many years. I know you partly grew up there in New Hampshire and Maine, but how do you see it as a place?
Oh, well, that's a very loaded question for me. I come from, my ancestors first arrived in Maine in 1603. So that's a lot of Maine for me. And my parents were very much Mainers. We did, we did live in New Hampshire part-time, in Maine at the same time. We went every weekend to Maine because my parents were such Mainers. So it's a very loaded question for me, you see. And when I finally went to New York, I was like, oh my goodness, this is a whole different world. So, but now I'm back, so I think for me, Maine is just in my bones. Literally, it's in my DNA, and it's just such a part of who I am that's one reason I write about it.
Do you think that there, and this is probably me speaking for myself at this point, but do you think there's something particular about Maine and its people, and again, the land and how it all coalesces?
Well, the land is a beautiful, physically, the state is absolutely beautiful. And also the sunlight up here is different. You know, it slants at a certain angle that you don't find in other parts of the country. And that has been a huge part of how I see the world. And it took me years to realize that, but the way the sunlight falls through those trees at a certain point, you know, whether it's morning or afternoon, is just inside me. And the beauty of it is right there in contrast with the starkness of it as well.
What was it like to make that transition full-time from New York to Maine, and did it affect your writing?
From New York to Maine or Maine to New York?
Well, I guess whichever you want to answer, but I was wondering about New York to Maine.
Well, from when I first left Maine and went to New York, I realized it took me about 15 years to realize that I had to write about Maine, because I was in New York and I thought I'll write about New York. And then I finally figured out, I thought, no, my heart is still in Maine. There was a low boil nostalgia for Maine. And so that's when I wrote Amy and Isabel, you know, taking place in a place that I missed, and I could remember so clearly. And so it takes me a while. And then when I finally wrote about New York, I'd lived there for about 25 years before I could finally write about New York, because it was finally inside me. And now that I'm back in Maine, you know, I can, I don't know what I can do, but.
Going back to what you were saying about looking at figures and people and eavesdropping and looking at them, I'm wondering to what degree maybe you've done that through art as well. I think of the Hopper paintings and figures you see there. To what degree have artists also inspired you in their characters and figures?
It's interesting that you mentioned Hopper, because he's easily my favorite artist. And he does sunlight. I mean, he's got just paintings of sunlight in a room, and maybe a figure and maybe not. And there's a certain, I don't want to say loneliness, but there's a certain solitary aspect to his work that I feel quite connected with. And his form is so amazing. You know, how he put some color here and then up there. So I have always just felt very, very drawn to Edward Hopper.
How about your writing process? Do you have to be alone? Do you have to be away from everything to write?
I have to be alone. Although I do remember years ago, when I was in the subway, if something came to me, if a scene would come to me, I would actually write it down, because I, you know, had notebooks with me all the time, and I didn't take notes, but I would write the scene if it came to me. So, but I can't be with anybody that I know. You know, I do have to be alone, but I can pretty much write anywhere, as long as I don't know anybody that's in the room with me.
Did you have to handwrite?
For years I hand wrote, and now my handwriting is just so bad. I just figured, okay, let's just type it up and then print it out, and then I'll mess it up as fast as I can, because I like it messy.
And you've mentioned scenes a couple of times in this conversation. Do I have it right that this is how your books unfold as you're creating them, is through scenes, not necessarily with a plot?
That's right, because I learned that years ago when I was raising my daughter, and I had just a few, and I was also teaching at Manhattan Community College, and I realized I had just sometimes 2 hours at the most every other day or something to work. And that's when I learned to write in scenes, because I was spending so much time just trying to get somebody out of the grocery store, for example. And I realized that's so wooden, forget it. And then I learned that if I could take whatever I was feeling, and I have this theory that at any given moment, somebody has something that they're feeling a little more urgently than something else. And if I could take whatever it was and transpose it into a character, then I could get a scene with what I called a heartbeat. And so I began to do it that way. And eventually I realized if I had enough scenes with heartbeats, they connected, and then a book would come out of it.
And it's typically organic the way that happens.
Yeah.
You never are trying to force it.
Oh, no, I learned very long ago that no, it's pointless to force it, because then it's just wooden. So I just go with whatever I can.
It must be so surprising to you then to see where you have started and where you end up.
It is. It's amazing. It's fun. Yeah. Right.
In thinking about your characters, are you more fond of some? Do you want to be more like some than others?
No, I don't want to be like any of them. I mean, they're separate from me, but I just kind of like them all basically. If they have presented themselves to me enough, then I will write about them, and therefore I have to care about them.
It's another question I love to ask about actors and writers is whether it's important that, as you say, you do like your characters.
I do like them. They don't have to be good people. Obviously, they don't have to, because people are not always good. But they do have to be somebody that I feel that I want to spend time with. Interest in them. I don't care how badly they behave. That's fine with me. I'm just there to report on them. But I have to feel a connection to them. Yeah.
We see so many of your characters moving through difficult circumstances and suffering and at various levels. But they do move through it for the most part. Are you an optimist? Does that come to bear?
It's funny because it's only lately that I've kind of noticed that, I do think of my work as rather optimistic. And I think some people, I don't know what people think, but I'm just saying that it has come to me as I look back over and I think, because I'm always interested in those moments of grace. That's what I'm always trying to look for as I'm writing. It's like, and a moment of grace means a connection with somebody, whether it's a stranger or somebody that they know well, but some kind of connection comes to the people and they feel differently as a result of that. And so I'm interested in that. Obviously, I figured out.
Well, my last question for you, we have seen this wonderful run of yours over the last few years. What has happened, do you think, in terms of your creativity, that these books have just come out of you?
I don't know. I think I really do think that I trained for so long. I was writing ever since I could write sentences. I knew I was a writer and I was writing. So for many, many, many years, I was just writing and writing and writing. And I think it was training. And then all of a sudden I'm like running the marathon.
Elizabeth Strout's new novel is The Things We Never Say. You can catch her tonight at the Brattle Theater at an event presented by Harvard Bookstore. To learn more, go to their website. Tomorrow, she'll be at Duxbury High School at an event presented by the Duxbury Literary Circle. Thank you for listening to another edition of The Culture Show. Tune in tomorrow or join us live at the Boston Public Library for our Arts and Culture Week in Review. The Culture Show crew is Max Chow-Gillette, Kate Dellis, and Chelsea Mers. Today's engineer is Bill Piacitelli. Angelica Marrero produced our YouTube live stream. If you ever miss us here on the radio, you can keep up with all things arts and culture by way of the Culture Show podcast. Just go to Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Henry Santoro. Have a great day.
The Culture Show is made possible in part by a generous contribution from the Fiducia Fund, proud to support this station's arts and culture programming.
The Culture Show today was made possible by our listener contributors. That's how GBH works. The money you give keeps the Culture Show on the radio. Please sign. The Culture Show today was made possible by our listener contributors. That's how GBH works. The money you give keeps the Culture Show on the radio. Please sign up as a sustaining member during this membership drive. Listening to The Culture Show doesn't cost you anything, but pulling this show together every weekday afternoon, that takes work. So why not lend a hand with a contribution in any amount at 888-897-9424 or give online at gbhnews.org.
News from around the world and your neck of the woods from NPR and GBH. You listen a lot. You rely on this public service. So please support it now during the spring membership drive at gbhnews.org or call 888-897-9424. I'm Judy Ewell with Kiki Loa.
Support GBH at $10 a month, and we'll say thank you with our GBH wireless earbuds. They are only available this afternoon. The earbuds are comfortable, they sound great, and they will pair easily with all of your Bluetooth devices. They feature smart touch controls and are water resistant. They're black with the GBH 897 logo in white on the case. Sign up as a sustaining member at $10 a month or give $120 all at once, and make sure to ask for the earbuds. The deadline is tonight at 7 p.m., but you're listening right now, so make your contribution right now during the Culture Show. Support your listening by giving at gbhnews.org or by calling us at 888-897-9424.
Give now, and your gift will be worth twice as much to GBH. That's because there's a dollar-for-dollar match going on. Give $120, and an extra $120 is donated to GBH thanks to a generous group of Beacon Circle patrons. Your contribution will pay for even more of the NPR News and GBH programs that are so important to you. gbhnews.org or 888-897-9424.
That's right, that match only lasts for 6 more minutes. So if you want to show your support for the Culture Show and get your gift matched, you need to do it right now in the last 6 minutes of this hour. Like many other nonprofits in Boston, public radio is funded primarily with voluntary contributions that range from a few dollars to a few $1,000s. Right now, we're asking you to choose the amount that fits your budget and reflects the value that GBH brings to your life and our community. Whether that's $100, $1,000, $2,500, it will ensure that the NPR and GBH programs that you want always have a home on the radio. So please decide any amount that works for you and give right now, and it will be matched by that generous group of Beacon Circle patrons. 888-897-9424 or gbhnews.org.
Our democracy is built on the idea that journalists acting in the public interest help keep our government accountable. It's a system that has worked well for a long time, but the relationship between politicians and the media has changed. Instead of a healthy tension that is inherent to free speech, the free press is being attacked by the highest levels of government. We're asking you to help defend it by funding the future of GBH. The money you give pays for accountability journalism and reinforces the essential role of the free press in our democracy. gbhnews.org or call 888-897-9424.
And please support GBH by becoming a monthly sustainer. This is the best way to support the station, especially now. A recurring gift of $10 or $15 per month means that we aren't living pledge drive to pledge drive. It takes just a few minutes to set up. It's automatically deducted from your bank account or credit card, and you'll be enrolled in no time. And just again, you start your sustaining membership, that generous group of Beacon Circle patrons will match your donation dollar for dollar. Get your gift in right now, gbhnews.org, or by calling us at 888-897-9424.
Right now, we're encouraging listeners to become members to the station by giving any amount. By making a financial commitment to GBH, you help pay for Morning Edition, Boston Public Radio, Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me, and more. When you think about it, that's a lot of news, information, and entertainment for not much money. Please join the growing community of GBH members by giving what you can at gbhnews.org or call 888-897-9424.
Since the elimination of our federal funding, almost all of our operating budget comes from community support. Your contribution, added with others, is how we will keep this independent source for journalism on the air and available to all. Your contribution has never been more important than it is right now. And don't forget, in the next 3 minutes, every single donation and every single dollar will be matched. Make your contribution right now, gbhnews.org, or by calling us at 888-897-9424.
Why give right now? Because there never will be a better time. You might think there will be. After all, it's easy to imagine that you will have the luxury of a few extra minutes to support GBH. The reality is you're probably always busy with something. So please make the time now. We promise the experience will be quick and easy. gbhnews.org or 888-897-9424.
And this is the last chance to get your donation matched to show your love of the Culture Show. I'm calling on you, all fans of the Culture Show. Make your donation right now and it will be matched dollar for dollar, but only for the next few minutes. Get your call started right now, gbhnews.org, or go online and donate at gbhnews.org, or give us a call, 888-897-9424. If you've already made your donation, thank you so much.
GBH's All Things Considered is coming up this afternoon at 4, with Marketplace at 6:30. But first, get a global view of the news with